Hello. Hello, hello. Alright. Chaz giving me shit. Hello. Yeah, we're good. Chaz giving me shit because I said we're live. The tournament's live, not the stream. You gosh darn degens. Alright. Let me ping the server, let them know that stream is up. How you all doing? How you all doing? So today we have a new player tournament, part of the Hell Pit series. Yeah. To play Sorry, I'm messaging a player about stuff. Okay. Yeah, smash them. What are we doing tonight? New player tournament. Pop you over to the challenge. Done a couple of these in the EU time, but hopping over to NA for a brief stint overseas. Actually, for me, that's home shores, but whatever. New player league is mostly organized by Qden. Cool Umbrella also helps us out with it quite a bit. The basic premise is there's no prize. You know, it's just kind of get some tournament reps in before you feel more comfortable playing in bigger leagues with all like the top players and shit. And if you win one of these tournaments, you get promoted to Bone Ripper from our Hell Pit series. So Bone Rippers can't sign up for tournaments they've already won. So theoretically, if you're in a new player tournament and you win it, then you're not a super new player anymore. And it just means, you know, less people to shit stomp. So gives you a better matchup next time or something like that. If you want to participate in such things, Jesus Christ, it's current year. You can go to give Radog a role in my Discord. We'll give you the role that'll unlock the Hell Pit chat for you. Here we post, you know, the tournaments are coming and that kind of stuff. We also just have a best of one practice pit with other newer players where it's more chill. So anyway, if you're looking to get into multiplayer, you're not ready to jump into tournaments just yet, you can go to our Discord and we have this role and this whole new player specific tournament series to do. That's what I got. 9 players tournament prediction. Oh, we got to go with my boy Ian Zero. He's going to win it all. Ian Zero is the hero that we don't deserve, but we need in these dark times. I'll always believe in him. Always. Let's go big stream time. It's always big stream time. It's always. This is the last stream I'll be doing on this patch. Tomorrow I have 2 streams planned, right? If you're in tomorrow, whenever the patch drops, like as soon as I see the patch drop, because I have tomorrow off of work for the launch, as soon as the patch drops, I'll get a stream up and ready to go. So as soon as I wake up, I'll be refreshing my phone. As soon as they drop it, we go live. I'm going to go through the whole patch, you know, just give my thoughts on every single thing down the patch like I usually do, but it sounds like it's going to be a big patch, so whatever. But like if we go to Goblins plus by melee defense, I'll be like, that's not a big deal. Or then if they go Crushers minus 500 gold, I'll be like, that is a huge fucking deal, and here's why you should care. So if you're at work or something and you don't have time to read the patch notes, you can't just tune in and listen to me narrate them for you and give my takes on all the changes. If you don't give a shit about that, skip that stream. There's a second one. What we'll be doing tomorrow is getting into a lobby, sitting there, and this is key, for everyone who wants to play with the shiny new toy, they can join that lobby and fight me when they're Chaos Dwarves. And I will play every single faction in the game versus Chaos Dwarves. Because the easy thing is for me to go, I'm just going to play Chaos Dwarves all day. And then everybody who bought this nice DLC joins my lobby and like, man, I want to play Chaos Dwarves. And me, the streamer, says, no, fuck you, idiot. I'm playing Chaos Dwarves. So we're not doing that. I'll play every faction in the whole game, including Chaos Dwarves. So there will be one mirror match. versus Chaos Dwarves. So the stream will be 24 games, win or lose, just going through and playing every faction versus Chaos Dwarves, so people can have the new DLC and have fun with it and play with it, and you can get Chaos Dwarf content that isn't just mirror matches. So, yeah. Sound good? All right, I gotta find us a game. What time is patch dropping? Usually 10 a.m. my time, but I don't know, man. I this isn't some NDA bullshit where I pretend I don't know and I'm like, oh, I can't tell them, haha. It's I literally don't know. Those are some familiar names in New Player Tourney. What up, Houseplant? Houseplant, been a while. We need more mid-level tournaments. Yeah. Well, it's a straight ripoff of my son HW's Fresh Recruit League. Like, we literally just took the same format. So eventually, like, sure, some players that are kind of, they've been around for a long time, but they don't play a lot of tournaments, and when they do play, they lose, whatever. If they join New Player tournaments and they're actually too good, after they win one, they can't play again. So they'll filter themselves out. So it's not a big deal. It's mostly like just to filter out the Anticities and Void Laws of the worlds, because I mean, I know I started several of Turns tournaments. I'm like, all right, took off work early. I'm coming home, going to play this video game that I'm kind of getting my shit together on. And my first round is ODM Anticity. And I'm like, okay, is it too late to forfeit? Because I kind of want to go back to work now. All right. Sorry. Trying to find a game to spectate. And one of the people that I've seen around my chats, I wanted to spectate his game because he's been there for a while, and I haven't gotten to see how he plays. But he didn't answer the message, and we got to get somewhere. So I messaged a different player that I have never seen before, because I do try to prioritize people I've literally never seen in these New Player tournaments, because that's fun. That's a cool thing. I like seeing new people. Yeah. So we're in. Who do we have here? Lamb Sauce King versus KDW. All right. 78. So there's two fun things about New Player tournaments. One, getting to see different people than I see every single day of my entire life for the past 3 years. And the meta is usually pretty strange, because Lamb Sauce King. The current meta is pretty established. Like, Malekith on a dragon, 2 Scourge Runners, etc. Right? That's super established. High Elves, Imric on his dragon, a Life Mage, maybe some Dragon Princes, whatever. That's pretty established. Vampire counts have kind of the grind blob to them and all these things. But, like, what we really don't talk about on a day-to-day basis is that shit's actually kind of hard to do. And you might ha-ha and you might laugh and meme, but, like, if you actually think about it, there's a lot of nuances to those types of gameplay that, like, a lot of new players aren't gonna know. And it's like, it only becomes the most effective strategy if you're grinding that shit out, if you're, like, really good at it and you know, like, Scourge Runner ammo consumption, to turn fire at will off, and what targets to shoot at, and when to shoot at them, and when they're truly out of position, or when they're actually just trying, running up, saying, hey, shoot me, and then they dodge, right? So Scourge Runners are a little more difficult. Malekith, he's difficult to get value out of, because you can't just land him and win the game. You got to get good breath attacks, you got to pick good engagements, because his melee stats are actually kind of bad. And then Soul Stealer is nice for getting him out of trouble, or baiting your opponent to overcommitting resources into Malekith. But, like, Malekith isn't what wins the game every time. It's punishing your opponent, focusing Malekith, and not finishing him. So there's, like, more to it than that. And usually you don't see that kind of meta at a newer player level, because they don't play as much usually. So they usually pick a faction they like, grind the shit out of that, and then when they get into a tournament, you're going to default on comfort. You're not going to be like, well, I see people playing Scourgeorders and Malekiths, so I'm going to first time that shit in a tournament. It's like, well, I play Empire every day in quick battles, so I'll do that. Like, last new player tournament, we saw Helmet. I like Helmet. He's a good guy. When I play him on his Empire, he plays at about my level, and that's cool. And then on other factions, there's a bit of a drop-off, so it's pretty obvious, where it's like, all right, this guy plays a shitload of Empire. After that, his matchup knowledge falls off. So it's always cool to see what people have. All right, I'm reading chat now. I was looking at stuff. You're a houseplant. I'm a troll. Oh, okay. All right, houseplant. Is chat back? No, which is kind of fucked. Just play with cheats. Easy. Lamb is me. Hi, Chaz. So it's apparently Chaz C2. Though I'm going to go with lamb sauce because that's the thing on the screen. Looks like we have Empire versus Kislev to start it off. Both players are building builds behind the blocker. It'd be very strange to build a build for a faction you are not going to play. So, I think this is what we're getting. Unless they just picked a very strange time to theorycraft. Alright, KDW is ready. I can say behind the blocker is a very strange build. It's a very strange build. I'm already ready for it. Chaz is also ready. With another actually strange build. Okay, we're starting off right. What up, Platty? How you doing? Houseplant's troll. If you were not the Houseplant of Legend, tell Houseplant congratulations on beating... Well... Spoilers, 3, 2, 1, on beating Flying Taco in the spring finals, if I watched that correctly. I was popping in and out because I was at work, but I popped in, you went 1-0 up, and then I thought I saw your Ogres versus something, and then there was a game 3, so I assumed you lost. And at the time I checked in, if I remember correctly, game 3 was Taco's Lizard Men, and you were up like 4,000 damage value and up on tickets. I could be getting the details on that wrong, but I am pretty sure you won the best 3, so congrats. And if I'm wrong, then, well, fuck. Shit. Why do you bounce on the camera? Nervous energy, I suppose. Alright, so we have a Boyar. Literally, like, the first time I have seen the Boyar in multiplayer, and he is on foot, which is strange. He brought his Axe of Tor bombardment ability. But, yeah, we have the Bald Boyar. The bald boy in blue. Platty, did you play? Did you play? I didn't catch all the stream. Like I said, I watched Houseplant. I watched Drakens versus Tim for a bit. I didn't catch the end of it. And those are the two I saw. I didn't see anything else. So, Platty, did you play today? And if so, how did it go? And if it went poorly, then just say you didn't play today. Okay, for the Kislev build, we have 4 armored Kossars as the front line, 4 regular Kossars, which is the bow variant, as the back line. The Boyar we already talked about. 2 Little Groms, a Tempest Caster with Gust of True Flight and Hailstorm. Yes. The unit size is wrong? Oh. Okay, we'll deal with that later. I'll message the player and see if they catch it before the game starts. But with no in-game chat. If they play out this game, that's fine. Then we have a Patriarch for a little bit of healing. And some buffs. I don't know what he's going to buff, though. He doesn't really have homies. Oh, he does have some cav. 4 Kossovite Dervishes all in the Vanguard. You did well. You did toxic shit. Did you win? Wish you could change unit information, since you're big time now. Can you SCA for this? Sure. I don't think anybody competitively will use them, but yeah. This build is not as unhinged as I promised. The Kislev build had a Boyar, that was it. This one, we have Balthazar Gelt, Final Transmutation, and Searing Doom. We have a Captain of the Empire on foot, just a butt-naked Captain of the Empire running around on foot. Alright. All right, the player was paying attention to his chat, so he said, what do we do? And I said, just restart with the right size. A Demigryph Knights with Halberds with no healing support, by the way. An Empire Knight, 1 Handgunner, just because in case, 4 Crossbowmen, 4 Halberdiers, 5 Spearmen, and 2 Great Cannons. Which are a lot of units you don't usually see. Okay, the unit scale is large. So it needs to be ultra. Yeah, you don't usually see cannons, honestly. Demigryph Knights with Halberds without healing support and not the ROR is strange. Foot Captain is very strange. 4 fucking Crossbowmen is very strange. I don't know, it's a weird Empire build. And Platty, you're not impressed by the Foot Boyar with the Bombard spell? A unit I have literally never seen? I have never seen this unit. And you're like, yeah, it's whatever. I didn't even know he had a bombardment ability. That's how little I have seen this guy. That's a no DLC build from the Empire? Is Gelt free? Yeah, because the DLCs were Wolfheart and Volkmar. Yeah, that might be a no DLC build from the Empire. The Empire build is okay. I didn't say they were bad. I said they were weird. I kind of get the Foot Captain. I don't agree with it, but I kind of get it. I think he's taking it for the Hold the Line passive. Because he has that. So he has an Encourage Aura, which all heroes and lords have, but he also has an Empire passive, Hold the Line. So I think that one, I know it's melee defense, but I think it's leadership and melee defense, if I remember correctly. So he wants his units to be better in melee combat, which is, it's a tough sell versus Kislev, because Armored Kossars will outtrade anything the Empire has besides Greatswords. And even Greatswords, they'll outtrade them if you just shoot the Greatswords with your pistols while they walk at you, and then take them in the melee fight. But let's see, because he should have it. Yeah, he has Hold the Line. So wherever he goes, he has, I think, Encourage is +5 leadership, and then the other one's +4, so he's like, +10 leadership around him as he walks around. So he's trying to make the Empire hold. I get it. I still don't think it's worth the unit slot, and I think this guy sucks ass. But I'm ready to be wrong. There was a brief period where people like double Empire Captain on Pegasuses, and I was just not about it. Crossbows are weird. I go back and forth on crossmen a lot, because their extra range over basic archers is nice. Like the Empire version of basic archers. But I've found that their DPS is extremely lacking. I don't know. I've recently been switching back to just, if you want archers, take Huntsmen. Even if you're not expecting them to shoot large targets, Huntsmen just... Stock keeps them safe on the advance. They have spread out formations. They're generally harder to kill with artillery. You know, things like that. Because on paper, Crossmen are fine. I just struggle to make them work. But Huntsmen are DLC. So if this is truly a no DLC Empire army, then Crossmen are what you have. Because are the archers for DLC, or were those tied to the Hunter and the Beast? Foot Captain counters bear artillery. You what? I think the final trans is going to be pretty nice, though. If you're ever worried about a bear blob, which there isn't a bear blob, but there are 3 single entities, final trans is a good spell. Just does a lot of damage to all of them. And even if they're going to heal it up, then just get them close to the heal cap faster. The 4 flanking Kossovite Dervishes are going to be a little difficult for the Empire to handle, though. With only 2 mobility pieces, Kossovite Dervishes aren't meant to win anything. They're meant to suicide rush something with their unbreakable passive, kill it real fast while they're dying, and be fine. So when you only have 2 cav to match 4, one of them can suicide into your Empire Knight, and the other one can YOLO dive onto a cannon. I imagine the Empire backline is going to have a bit of a snafu, and then they're going to have to advance on foot. We already covered both the builds previously. We just got upgraded to the correct unit size. That's why I didn't retell you what the builds were. Looks like Kislev is going to advance just a little bit. Little Grom tinking the top of this hut. So he misses his first shot. And the other one smokes a bunch of Imperials, but misses the all-important cannons. Now the Kossovite Dervishes are rolling in already. Let's see how quickly the Empire player notices it. And it looks like they don't see it coming, because they are advancing their cavalry. This happened to me the other day on stream. I forget who I was playing against. but I lost very quickly because I left my Cathay cannons a little vulnerable, and Dark Riders rolled up on them and murdered the shit out of them. So one cannon is shut down, the next one is quick to follow. Quick final transmutation out of Balthazar Gelt. It's not overcast, but even a non-overcast one is actually taking the Foot Boyar down. 1/3 of his HP is missing. So both the cannons are gone. Empire will be sad about that, though the Cosfied Dervishes tried to push their luck and get onto the Crossmen, but it looks like they're not quite able to. They're just going to run into some Halberds and Spearmen. Meanwhile, the Empire used their cavalry. Instead of defending their own cannons, they are trying to dive the back line, and man, Little Grom is putting in work against these poor Demigryphs. Good God. Good God. Empire Knights are going to rear charge Kossars, though that'll be a good target for them. Not armored Kossars, of course, but regular Kossars, they can get some good damage out. And Demigryph Knights are going to try and deal with the Little Grom. If they can hold long enough to actually get here, they'll be fine, because their leadership's getting low, but they have plenty of health to be able to take out the Little Grom. That'll be a pretty huge loss for Kislev. Meanwhile, the Cosfied Dervishes are still suicide rushing. Any crossbows they can get their hands on, any handgunners as well. In the back, some spearmen might be able to catch those dervishes next to the ruins of the cannons. But the kamikaze run of the Kislevites is proving rather effective. Demigryph Knights take a hailstorm while we weren't looking from the Tempest caster, and she does rear charge them, but their leadership holds. They can kill everything here pretty easily as long as their leadership doesn't fail them. So we'll see. They've already half-healthed that Little Grom. And the Empire is in dire straits on the balance of power already, considering how early it is in the game. We are at 4,000 to 3,000 damage values. They're holding steady-ish on the damage value. It's just not looking good on the balance of power. Also, the Empire captain got bodied by the Boyar while we weren't looking. We missed the Boyar's moment to shine, so I'm really sorry about that, but we did. Meanwhile, Demigryph Knights straight up kill one Little Grom, and they could maybe turn around and snipe the caster as well. I wouldn't recommend that they run away from her because on her horse she is much faster. She'll just keep up with them and do some damage. A final transmutation is going to hit the Patriarch and a bunch of other units, so I guess that's fine. As long as they're going for the Patriarch too. But the Boyar has caught Gelt. The Boyar is going to slap him around. 50 melee attack with a bonus for his infantry. That doesn't apply to Gelt, but that does explain how he killed the Empire captain so fast. Gelt might want to get out of here. Now, there are a million spears and halberds that are killing these Cosfied Dervishes, but Gelt's taking a pretty bad amount of damage from the Boyar. Empire has secured their ranged assets just a little bit. Crossmen and handgunners back to firing. Other ones have gotten chased off. And wow, is a cannon? A cannon's even back online! Holy shit! That's a surprise. That is a welcome change of pace. Meanwhile, Demigryph Knights are fighting to the last man as Little Grom just smokes them. And they are going to break now, but they took half health off that Tempest caster. The Empire is still slightly down in the balance of power. They have just about caught up on the damage value, and they even have a cannon back online like we mentioned. Big hailstorm going for a blob of infantry. No, it's a thunderbolt? Oh, it's that axe of thingy thing that he has. Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, what's the Kislev status on cavalry? There was one by the Boyar that is leaving now. They are shattered, so that's gone. That looks like that's it. So no more Kossarite dervishes to chase down this cannon. Little Grom will have to deal with it the natural way. And the Empire captain's still doing his damnedest, chasing some Kossars off the map. Gelt's probably saving up for another final transmutation. It would be nice onto these three characters. The Patriarch is diving into melee combat. He will help heal them up, but they are going to sit in halberds to do so, so that could end up not being worth it for them. And there's the final transmutation, going to hit 3 single entities, exactly what the Empire needs. Is it overcast? It is undercast. Overcast would be nice, but of course, you know, I don't know what his Winds of Magic situation is, so we will see. Looks like another, is that another hailstorm? Seriously? I thought you just cast one, or did she cancel it? She might have canceled it. Big hailstorm taking a lot of stuff. All 3 single entities of Kislev are very low, but the armored Kossars are proving their worth, just slowly grinding through anything the Imperials can throw at them. And I hear another Searing Doom from Balthazar Gelt. Does really good damage to the Kossars. Empire Knights have rallied on the backfield, but it doesn't look like they have orders yet, and getting shot in the butt by Little Grom will certainly deter them from coming back. The Empire might just not have the manpower to really stay in this fight, as Little Grom snipes the last of the Great Cannons and even routes them off. Imperial State troops are routing everywhere. We have some valiant crossmen trying to fire up over the ridge to get back into the fight, but it's really just not enough. And wow, Gelt took a lot from those Kossars. Jesus Christ. Another hailstorm, just spamming that spell out from the Tempest caster. Does get caught by halberds, takes a little bit of damage, even pops her by her blood passive. Armored Kossars taking a little bit of friendly fire there. Let's see if the halberds can last. Gelt's even trying to snipe out the Tempest caster. Really, ballsy play from Gelt, but I suppose you have to at this point in the game. Like, he has to get involved, and he does get a really good charge. He gets a couple good hits off, though. She is not letting him get away with that for free. Both sides taking a lot of damage. If Gelt hits her twice more, he can kill her. Alright, she's low enough now to die to an attack. It's the halberds, though. The halberds are what's whittling her down, not Gelt, because I don't see any big damage values. Yeah. She's dead. Kislev's without a caster. Nice Searing Doom onto more armored Kossars. If there's another Final Trans in the tank, maybe the Empire can win this, because they could snipe out both the Boyar and the Patriarch, but Gelt's stuck on the ground. Gelt's being held in place by armored Kossars. He's getting shot a little bit from some support pistols, and the Boyar is closing in on him in the blob, trying to push his way through to get onto Gelt. So I think it really is, can Gelt get another Final Trans off? They've all been undercast so far. Now, he's used Searing Dooms too, but they've all been undercast, so he might have one more left. If he does, the Empire can win. If he doesn't, they honestly just lose. Ooh, and a full health Little Grom with half ammunition is going to be brutal to deal with in the late game. Little Grom even trying to snipe out Gelt. Actually, even with the Final Trans, this might be too much to ask for the Empire to win it. Like, these halberds just aren't going to last compared to armored Kossars, compared to Little Grom. Yeah. Good Searing Doom from Gelt, gets a little bit more sniping off, but if he doesn't have a Final Trans, then he doesn't really have a hope of beating his Patriarch in melee combat. So he is going to get a really nice rear charge on him and pop the Buyer Blood passive, but he misses the next attack, and fighting a bear with a Pegasus is not usually a good play, especially for Gelt, who's a pretty piss-poor melee combatant. Like, he's trying his best, but 50-40 compared to 38-34, and he immediately gets routed off. Without him, the Empire is going to crumble to dust. It was a valiant attempt. Just a little short. Those two cannons getting shut down immediately was a good play from the Kislevite player, but then without two cannons, the game ended up being that close. So it's like, KDW played well to get back in the game and at least make it competitive after a pretty disastrous start. Losing 1,600 gold off the bat like that is like two Empire Knights just not existing. You know, it's a lot of gold. So props for that. Take a look at values while I switch to sitting mode. Like a filthy casual. All right. Let's take a look at these values, huh? Balthasar Gelt, 2,100 for himself. I accidentally just misclicked on my internet security thing, so then it popped up saying, "You're protected," and I said, "Thanks." Whatever the fuck you're called. What is that thing? E-set. All right. 1,700 on the Demigod Knights with the Halberds, actually paying for themselves with gusto by sniping out that Little Grom and taking half health off the caster. They did well for... By the time they got into combat, they were at like 1/3 HP, so... That's pretty good. Empire Knights also almost paying for themselves. Empire Cannons got shut down right away, so we don't expect anything from them. Crossbows, a couple of them also got dove by those Kossovite dervishes, really proving their like homing missile kamikaze status, but the ones that stuck around pay for themselves. Halberdiers traded very nicely. A pleasant surprise from the Halberdier front line. Yeah. What up, GS? How's the tourney? Good. That was the first game, and it was nice. The Boyar fucking slapped. 1,400 value. He cost 900 with the kit that was brought. So, yeah, we take those. Big win for the Boyar. Tempest Caster 1k is fine. Patriarch was running around. He did good. Little Groms, somehow the one that died right away got more value than the other one. I think it was shooting those Demigryphs. But, yeah. Armored Kossars did very well. Basic Kossars did mixed. And the Kossovite Dervishes, their value is all over the place, but they served a very crucial function on the map. So they did nicely. All right, I'll give Chaz CT2 / Lamb Sauce King his point. Should have brought more Plague Claw catapults. Never! Gelt is great in Kislev? Yeah. Patrick Walker, love your content, thank you, and other content creators of Total Warhammer 3. Help me get into multiplayer. It's been a blast. Hey, Patrick Walker, I hope you are also having a good time. Also, why are you so mean, huh? Why are you so mean? What's that about? Just joining a chat for the first time and saying a bunch of terrible things to me. No, I'm just bad at taking real compliments, so I have to turn it into a joke. Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. Drafe, how can you tell if a spell is overcasted? It depends on the spell, which is a very fun answer. So I will get specific to not be annoying. But it does depend on the spell. Like, if Searing Doom is overcasted, it is a bigger circle, so I am just used to knowing what the circle looks like, and when it is bigger, I recognize that it's bigger, and I know it's overcast. If the spell has a direct effect, such as a buff spell or a heal spell or a damage spell like Spirit Leech, if you hover over the unit that is being affected by it, like I was doing with those Final Transmutations, it would say Final Transmutation upgraded, and then the damage brackets would be different. But I just look at the name of the thing, and if it says Final Trans, I know it's undercast, and if it says upgraded, I know it's overcast. But like I said, for Searing Doom doesn't have a direct effect on a unit, so you can't hover anywhere and just say this is overcast. So you just have to guess. And the spells where even I don't know if they're overcast or not is Pit of Shades and Burning Head. That shit, I can't tell. Unless it's Pit of Shades on a clumped up armored unit and it's straight up 100 to zeros them, I know that one's overcast. Otherwise, it's a guessing game. But yeah, so that is how you can tell if it's overcast. Sometimes you just can't. Dog better than Toddbringer? I would agree Gelt is better than Toddbringer into Kislev, because Boris Toddbringer is really good at punishing factions with low leadership. And Kislev has a passive of being unbreakable, and even if they don't use their passive, they have higher leadership than a lot of factions. So he's doubly fucked there. Thanks, Vile Arple. Hope you're having a good stream too. Unless you're not streaming right now, because I know you do that sometimes. Gelt, you have a wider army and you'll be safe in the air. True, Kislev does not have a single flying unit. Okay. I'm not even super late this time. Why is the tourney starting at 8? I don't know. Cuden and Umbrella set it up. I just cast it. You want more Knights with Gelt? Oh, for sure. I think the Demigryph Knights with Halberds was a really ballsy pick, and it ended up working out. I don't think it was optimal. But I don't know. After Phoenix King said it, I just couldn't stop seeing the fact that that army had no DLC units in it, so I don't know what to suggest because I don't know what units he has. I think Gelt was the right idea. I wish he had focused more on overcasting Final Transmutation rather than undercasting it, and spamming in Searing Dooms occasionally. But honestly, like, the Empire build may not have been optimal, but I don't think the build was the problem. I think that play, which again, to not be an asshole, like, it happened to me on stream the other day. I don't remember what we were doing, but I was playing Cathay. I forgot about my cannons for a second. Dark Riders in the flank, killed them instantly, and I lost the game. Like, it happens. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. But that, like, losing both your cannons like that is why he lost the game. It's not his build, right? Because the game was super close afterwards. So if he had 2 cannons the whole time, and the game ended up being that close, he probably would have won it. But sometimes you make mistakes. And mistakes make you lose. Sometimes in basketball, you miss a 3-point shot, and you lose the game by 2 points. And it's like, yeah, we would have won the game if I hit that basket. It's not mind-blowing that mistakes can have consequences later on, but all right, nice biceps pose. Oh yeah, I got this new chair and it has this headrest here, which is like really tempting for me to just grab because it gives my hands something to do. And most things like Total War, it's super straightforward and easy to understand. Thanks. Yeah, Draft. Why aren't campaign exclusive units balanced? I don't know, man. I don't know. Some of Eltharian's high elf units are pretty fucked up. I know also, wait, actually the Greenskins have really fucked up campaign exclusive units too. They have these like fire Spider Rider archers that are AP, but they're as cheap as the normal poison ones, so those things are funny. Yeah. How would you make Demigryph Knights lances good? They're so useless compared to the halberd variants. Oh. Higher melee defense. Kind of give them the Grail Guardians versus Grail Knights treatment, where Grail Guardians are better at sticking in a fight in the long term, where Grail Knights want to charge in, charge out, charge in, charge out, charge in, charge out. So better splash attacks, higher melee defense, and just make them a grind type version and make the halberds more of a charge and surround a large entity type version. But we have a game to cast. Greenskins versus Bretonnia. The green beans. I have fallen in love with them in Warhammer 3. I'm enjoying them a lot, so I'm always happy to see them on the field. We have 2 nasty skulkers off in the trees, 5 goblins in the front line. Skasnik, true king of 8 peaks. But not the dwarf version, with his fermented fungi rampage, bonus versus large, plus damage, aura, and get back here, leadership. Then we have goblins, the rusty errors, ROR night goblins with their armor shred, a couple of squig herds for super cheap AP warhound type units, 3 stone trolls, a river troll hag with Fata Buna and Spirit Leech, and then we have the hammer of Gork, goblin rock lava, with its debuff ability for anybody it hits, that is minus 24 melee attack and melee defense. No cavalry whatsoever for the Greenskins. Now, you're fighting Bretonnia, so maybe you're just conceding you can't win the cavalry game, but that could mean it would be potentially difficult to deal with any archers. Thankfully for them, Bretonnia doesn't have a lot in this build. For KDW, we do have 2 Royal Pegasus Knights up in the sky. Perfect Vigor, some magic damage too. Henry Le Massif, protecting Zephe Enchantress, who has Dwellers Below and Regrowth, plus Chalice of Potions, and Favor of the Fae. Quick note, we see this a lot in new player tournaments, but I will never stop saying it really, really fast. If you take 2 expensive spells, you do not want the lore passive of any lore in the entire game, because you will not cast enough spells to get enough uses out of the lore passive to make it worth the money you spent on lore passive. So, in the future, if the Bretonnia player is watching this, if you're taking expensive spells, just cut the lore passive. Meanwhile, Royal Pegasus Knights, before I even finish covering the bills, they just dive in on the Hammer of Gork, get some decent shots in, and actually nice job trying to get out of there as fast as possible. Most of their models will escape, and that was nice. They didn't just dive in and get caught and die, so good job. I've dove in and got caught and died, and it was bad. For us, the Bretonnia build, we do have a bunch of Knights Errant, including the Defenders of Fleur-de-Ris, Knights Errant with the Frenzy. We have 1 questing knight near the trees, and then a whole bunch of peasants, some with polearms, some with spears, some just being in mobs, and 1 poison arrow for a little bit of support. Pegasus Knights didn't take too much damage for that. Honestly, most of the damage they took was from the Spirit Leech the River Troll had cast on them, and they even dived down onto the Goblin Archers right away. Very bold to land in front of the Stone Trolls. Probably don't want to do that. Right there, they will need to get out. Thankfully, the Fae does have regrowth. If she can throw it onto them, they will probably need that. And they are overcommitting a little bit, now starting to creep out of that bad situation, but they are going to take a lot of damage for their troubles. Meanwhile, the other Pegasus Knight, nice job here, sandwiching in some squigs, abusing the Greenskins' low leadership. You can get them routing. Both these units are super high health, so if you can get them routing and then just chase them down for free, that would be quite nice. Stone Trolls and squigs surrounding the Fae. She is relying on her Mortis engine to deal with a lot of this, and even throws down a bombardment just to get rid of these squigs. She will rout them off. That'll leave her surrounded by Stone Trolls. Never mind, she pieces out of here. KDW's got some pretty solid micro for a new player tournament. Liking it. Some of his builds are weird, but his micro's on point. Henry Le Massif is not chilling with the Fae. And the Fae's even just going to throw down Dwellers Below. God damn. Going to hit a Stone Troll and some Squig Herds. That'll be okay. I think if the Stone Troll stands in it the whole time, he'll take decent damage, but I know Dwellers has gotten some nerfs, especially versus monsters type things. Yeah, he's not really taking that much damage, so unfortunately, not the best cast there from the Fae. It looked nice, but the type of unit that was getting attacked just isn't. And meanwhile, Bretonnians, the Flying Cav, has really been tenacious in this backline. Going to the front line, rear charging, getting some routes over there, and then when their opponent brings Stone Trolls up, deal with them up there. You go back to the back line, harass off the Goblin Rock Lava, harass off some of these Goblin Archers. So I'm really liking the Flying Cav play. Nice job not overcommitting to too many fights. There was one whoopsie there where he landed in front of some Stone Trolls, but he got out of it pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Knights Errant going to charge Stone Trolls. They will get Spirit Leeched, and the Stone Trolls should just kick their shit in. But a rear charge from the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis could even break the Trolls and just push them off, despite their super high health pool right now. Stone Trolls are just cowards. All Trolls are cowards. The Royal Pegasus Knights are rampaged by Skarsniks. They couldn't escape this time, and they are caught and killed. Nice play there from Chaz CT2. He is not having any more of those shenanigans, but the Stone Troll in the middle, completely sandwiched in Knights, taken from full health to about dead and routing. Meanwhile, the Enchantress Henry and some spears are dealing with more of the stone trolls. Archers are getting caught up, but the nasty Skulker flank, we didn't even see him coming, and we're just seeing him leave. That's all we're getting to see is Questing Knights round them down, and a lot of peasants. Bretonnia feels like they're doing okay. Bounce power isn't favoring them, but the damage value is rather similar, and the Fae is going to throw an overcasted regrowth on herself. She took a lot of damage from fighting stone trolls at one point. But healing up your Lord and Caster should bring the balance of power back to about even. And assessing the state of the battlefield, I would agree with even. The Greenskins are getting to that dangerous point of any low leadership faction where sure you have a lot of low health stuff that's coming back to the fight, but it's just so brittle in the leadership department that like these stone trolls are going to need a lot of time to regen before they're a reliable melee combatant. With that much health, if you get a knight hit you in the front and a knight hit you in the back, you're just routing again. So really what the Greenskins have to work with is Skarsnik, a River Trollhag, and a full health Stone Troll. Everything else is too low to be considered really a threat. But a full health Stone Troll is quite a threat. Henry and some spears are trying to deal with it right now. Royal Pegasus Knights even diving in to maybe take out some of the Goblin support. The Bretonnian peasants are a little scattered at the moment. They're trying to reform ranks, they're trying to reform the lines, but they really need to be supporting the Knights, especially when fighting these Trolls. Meanwhile, last vestiges of Knights are charging up, trying to take care of the Rusty Arrows, trying to rout off these Stone Trolls, but the defenders of Fleur de Lis routing off will make the Stone Trolls easier to turn around and not get charged in the rear because they'll just face whatever's attacking them. Henry continues the fight. His support takes another Spirit Leech, and the Fey Enchantress fucks off for her own reasons, but another charge in from the Knights. You can see that Troll leadership just dipping. It's just dipping. If you can get it even lower, that will be great. Knights Errant getting rampaged, not the Royal Pegasus Knights this time, but the effect will be the same as Stone Trolls are going to beat those rampaging Knights to death. We have a, half-health Questing Knight is a very elite Knight to get this late in the game, and has not been Fate Abuna just yet. Now, back here, Stone Trolls surrounded by pointy sticks, and a bunch of Knights are going to rout off at above half HP. The River Troll Hag also routs off at above half HP, finding herself all alone. You can see that bounce power turns drastically against the Greenskins, and I would tend to agree. That is what you get worried about when you see the Greenskins getting into this late in the game and everything's low. It's like, I mean, if it all fights, sure, you're winning, but how often does it do that? Which is why you usually see Ground the Ponchos, because he gives Stone Trolls ITP when he's nearby and stuff. It just makes them stay and fight. Because when they stay and fight, they do great work. But the problem is getting them to not freak out at the first opportunity. And at this point, Bretonnia seems to have the game well in hand. Ooh, a bit of a mistake. Running both these Royal Pegasus Knights away from the River Troll Hag. They should have, considering how low in health they are, I would have preferred they just chase her off for good. Make sure she doesn't come back. Make sure she can't regen up, can't throw any more Spirit Leeches out or whatever. It looks like the Fae is going to be able to chase her down pretty quickly. And River Troll Hags have armor piercing, but they have shit melee stats, so the Fae should finish her off, but just for future notice, always try to stick to and kill a caster, especially if they have regen. At this point, ooh, River Troll Hag gets out another Spirit Leech onto those Questing Knights, the crucial elite unit we were talking about, but we are down to just Skarsnik. Skarsnik can clear out a lot of stuff. To be fair, he does have anti-large, so any of the Bretonnian threats he'll be decent at dealing with, but I think it's just too many things for Skarsnik to really deal with all on his own. That's a lot of peasants, and Skarsnik's not the best crowd clearer. He's a decent duelist and he's tanky. He's currently kicking the shit out of Henry. Is there any support for him? River Troll is shattered. Stone Trolls are shattering. One that isn't shattered is being chased by those Questing Knights we saw before. Another Stone Troll came back briefly, but the Royal Pegasus took him out. And good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, that regrowth. That regrowth for Henry might tip us into army losses, honestly, as he gets recharged back up. And there's some more full health peasants off in the trees, chasing nasty skulkers around. This is looking like a Bretonnia W. Quick little fermented fungi. The minus 24 melee defense is nice, but the rampage won't matter as much because there's only one target nearby for him to attack, so he's already attacking the target he wants. But GG. We're going to game 3. Nice job making Royal Pegasus Knights look worth it versus Greenskins. Now their value is mixed because some of them got Spirit Leashed a bunch, but they were crucial. I mean, they were super annoying for the Greenskin ranged capacity to deal with. Questing Knights paid for themselves. Knights Errant did fantastically. Peasants mostly walked around and poked at things with their sticks, but that's all you can really want from them. Fey Enchantress did fine. Henry with a cold 1600 even. That's actually maybe the most value I've seen Henry get. He usually doesn't pay for himself at all. That guy fucking slapped this game. On the other side, Skarsnik did fine. River Troll Hag. Oh, wait. Skarsnik got 582. That's not fine, but he is kind of a support lord. Still not fine. I don't know. Mixed feelings on that one. Reverend Hag did well. Stone Trolls all got pretty nice value. Wow. Okay. The ranged assets, the Rusty Hairs actually managed to pay for themselves while under harassment, but the Goblin Archers and the Rock Lava did not. Well, that Goblin did. Nasty Skulkers mostly got murdered. Squigs, it looks like, mostly got murdered by nice rear charging. And then Goblins tried to hold, but yeah. GG's. He's on the board. Okay. You can report it on challenge, or I can. Sorry. New player tournament, so somebody's messaging me. All right, he seemed to figure it out. You figured it out. You don't need me. Okay. The guy before you had to drop. So we have an emergency tournament announcement. Ian Zero did have some real life stuff come up, so he has to bow out. Since he was my tournament pick, I do get a new tournament pick because that's not fair. So my tournament pick is going to be Bees Rum Drinker. He's the one I wanted to watch his game because he's been hanging around our chat a lot, but he didn't answer me. And I think he didn't answer me because he was busy chugging like 55 gallons of Mountain Dew game fuel and training his ass off to win this whole tournament. So now I'm just going to bet on him. Because I refuse to believe he simply ignored my message. I refuse to believe that's the case. Okay, focusing back on the game now that I dealt with that. Looks like we have Skaven versus Wood Elves. Okay, let's check chat. What's up, chat? Regular dummies aren't that bad. They have some use against a faction like High Elves. I think the Latches are actually better than Halberds. If it's a matchup, let's see if one's Halberds is useful. You prefer Lance Demis. Shields, better stats, better charge, makes them more versatile, maybe even better against cap. I have noticed that I have issues with Halberd demigriffs surrounding a single entity, and I can't pinpoint it to like, this is what's happening. But it just doesn't feel like they get a lot of damage out. Maybe I'm alone in that, but like I took them in Lizardmen a couple times, and they would surround the Bastildon with the Rubification Crystal, and I would look back 45 minutes later, and the Bastildon's at half HP, and it's like, all right, lads, we got shit to do today. The bears are roaming in IRL. Do you got bears outside your house? What? One Spear Goblin unit got 200 kills. I mean, Peasant Mobs are a 100 gold unit that has like 180 models, right? Madman. Zip up. Minnesota's fucked, you guys. We had a super long winter. Super long winter. So we were in March, we had, if I remember the stats correctly, in the month of March, we had 3 days that were at or above the average. So that means the other 28 days were below average. And then April started off below average. Like we were in the 30 degrees in April, which our average is 50. And then, so Monday, not Monday, I think it was Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember. Anyway, in the course of 7 days, we went from 30 degrees to today hit 89 degrees where I live in a week. That is a 60-degree shift in 7 days. That's fucked. Yeah, my computer's telling me now we're at a record high. Jesus. 2 black bears are walking around? Oh. That's no good. We just refilled our bird feeders after the winter of not filling them. Because this winter was also fucked up in a lot of ways for Minnesota. But in Rochester specifically, we didn't get light, fluffy snow a lot. We got light and fluffy snow around Christmas. That was fine. But we had a weird melt in, like, January. A lot of the snow melted, kind of, and then refroze. So we had this layer of ice. And then we had snowstorm after snowstorm. So there was white, fluffy snow, but beneath it was sheer ice. And then that white, fluffy snow got a kind of partial melt at some point in February into more ice. So, like, legitimately, we had probably half an inch of solid ice on, like, every surface. So Grace and I mean, the bird feeders are more of her thing and the garden is more of my thing. But Grace and I both just kind of went, those aren't getting filled again until all this shit goes away because it's not worth losing an ankle over. It was awful. It's been over 20 Celsius the past few days and there's still snow. Yeah. See, I've been fixing a ton of weird bugs. The unit's not properly acting. Yeah, we'll get to see them all tomorrow. I am so excited for the new patch. And what's really funny about it is the Chaos Dwarves are fine. They're fine. I have no issue with them. They're even exciting. They're cool. This is not a dig at Chaos Dwarves. I don't even give a shit about the Chaos Dwarves, is how cool the next patch is for everything. You know what I mean? We're like, oh man, I don't see the dragon bug anymore where they can't land. Like, it'll probably happen once in a while, but not every time they try to land. That's sick. The cheat mod's gone. That's sick. Chariots work. Oh, that's fun. Footlords aren't super amazingly tanky anymore. They're just okay. Oh, that's cool. Like, all these changes coming in, and then there's also a race this pack. Oh yeah, Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, those guys. That's cool. So anyway, Croxigore's got buffs, you say. Just stand in the corner. It's always 90 degrees there. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! Fucking Nico. God damn it. Alright, we have Skaven versus Wood Elves, and that is Queek Headtaker. That is why. Why is that Queek Headtaker? Why? No. No, no, no. No. Or kill them and become a berserker. I have a few problems with the casters, though. Could I Fireball instead of their cannon is going to be useless? Oh, yeah. Like, I'm not trying to say their whole roster is perfect. I was just meaning that I don't care about the Chaos Dwarves, not because they're bad, because I'm so excited about other stuff. Storm, it's 3 a.m. Good night. Don't insult the Chaos Dwarves. I promise nothing. I think Peasants are ranked the #1 worst chaff unit. That tracks. They're pretty terrible. They're useful for what you need them to be, but they don't provide anything, like, stats-wise. Alright, Scavinos versus Il Wodelfo. Oh, boy. I don't want stuff to move around while I'm trying to cast it, so I'll let these guys get their shit together a little bit more before I really start talking about what's going on. He's the bestest lord against armored single entities that stand perfectly still and have beards. Yes, if they're infantry sized. If they're large sized, no. Fucking Queek. I made the best meme video about Queek. I fucking love that video. The best Skaven. Oh wait, the best Lord in Warhammer 3, and it's like a picture of Queek. But then the video is just like going through every lord that's better than Queek. It's the best. Anyway, For the Wood Elves, Wildwood Rangers, which is strange. And then the Winterheart Guard, Eternal Guard with shields, ROR. 4 more Eternal Guard with shields. 5 Glade Guard, all with Hagbane tips, the magic damage and the poison. Then you have Great Stag Knights. Looks like 3 Glade Riders with spears, all in the Vanguard. The Firebark Elders Treekin. You do have a Shadows Caster with Pit of Shades, Pendulum, and Enfeebling Foe for KDW. Okay. Versus this Skaven. 4 Rat Ogres. 2 Night Runners with slings. The Natty Boopo Sharpshooter, Warplock Jazale team. Skaven Slave Spears, mixed in with some Clan Rats with shields. Okay, a 3rd Night Runner with a sling. We do have Wolf Rats up in the top, and these are the magic damage armor piercing ones. So they're looking for the Great Stag Knight ROR, which doesn't exist here, but it could. And then real quick, we have Queek. We have a Chieftain next to Queek with Guardian and the minus melee attack and the if Queek dies, I'm taking over buff, so good for him. Plus we do have a Warlock Engineer with Flensing Rune and the Mortis Engine armor. Wolf Rats are trying to run away from the Glade Riders. They were given hasty orders, and that means they can end up in the straight line formation. A couple get happened upon by some Glade Riders, but Glade Riders didn't actually have attack orders on them. This will be fine. Quick thoughts on the build. Queek sucks, and on the other side, taking Elite Wildwood Rangers versus Skaven is kind of spooky. You usually want Dryads as your front line for the same cost of the Eternal Guard, because the Dryads will do more damage and the spears hold longer, but versus the Skaven, you got to get through their front line. You don't got to hold their front line back from you, right? So, anyway, that'd be my thoughts on the builds. Meanwhile, Natty Boop or Sharpshooters are straight up deleting some Glade Guards, so the Wood Elves are going to have to move up and get their stuff in range and get firing. Because right now, it looks like a lot of their micro and attention is going into their cavalry, but their front line is suffering from just standing in front of the Skavinos. Because Jazale's got the same changes Crane Gunners did for Cathays. They have unit penetration now, which makes them twice as good at killing infantry as that Glade Guard figured out the hard way. The Azrae are fearless, and they're moving up. A lot of good targets for them. Ooh, ow. Shadows Caster rolled up in the wrong neighborhood, took a bunch of damage, and she needs to move. I don't know what she's taking all that damage from, but it's something, and it's not great. Oh, it's Night Runners. Yeah, she needs to run, and she is running now. Pit of Shades cast on the Natty Boobos. I don't think that does a lot of damage because of their low model count. I could be wrong, but I don't think that it does that much. Meanwhile, Glade Guard gonna kill some Skaven slaves, and that'll allow these spearmen and the treekin to get all up in that front line. Draw some of these rat ogres to the front line to hold them back, and when the rat ogres move up, your cav can go in and dive the back line and be just fine. Pit of Shades actually did more than I would have thought, so that's cool. I hope it was overcast at least. But they might rout those guys. Queek dives into the front line, which is fine. He's gonna get surrounded by Firebark Elders, which the last time I took Queek, I ran into Firebark Elders, and it took me 55 years to kill them. You can see the Rat Ogres commit to the front line, and the Wood Elves move in. This is pretty good textbook cav play, delaying your advance on the rear until the rear guard moves out. Now you just have too many spaced out Rat Ogres that can't cover everything. Like, these Rat Ogres are kind of waiting for these Wild Riders who just yeet away, Great Stag Knights. They yeet away, they don't even commit at all, and they just let the Glade Riders get to the back. So that was nice flank from KDW. And judging by the fact that he just played Bretonnia really well, it seems like he spends a lot of his time playing cav factions. Did have one cab get chased down by Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres while Wild Rangers tried to support. But you have more Glade Riders streaking in now. They'll hit these Night Runners. These other Glade Riders are just going to chase off the Natty Boobos. So pretty good damage values so far there. Flensing Rune is hitting the central pile, but Flensing Rune is a lot like Final Transmutation. It's meant to be cast on characters, so as long as that spell Weaver of Shadows wasn't in it, she is fine with that. Though it did do a good amount of damage to these Treekin, who are currently bodying a Chieftain and Queek. But we don't talk about Queek. Great Stag Knights are back, deciding now that Rat Ogres have committed to dealing with these Night Runners, they could jump in, get a little bit of damage. Looks like they kind of lost the plot. They got here and either canceled their attack orders or didn't have attack orders, just moved over here, while Glade Riders are picking off more Night Runners. Skaven are getting run around the map a bit, and they really don't like that. Damage value is slightly in the Wood Elf's favor, but pretty much even. Balance of power is slightly in the Skaven favor, but pretty much even, as Wolf Rats are diving onto more Glade Guard. The Shadows Lady is going to run for her life, which is fine. Queek doesn't have a net of any kind, and that doesn't bother me at all. That doesn't bother me at all! Anyway, she can just keep running away. There's nothing to stop her. Wolf Rats are routed off by the Glade Guard. They do have 20, 27 for melee stats, so they're not helpless, and the Wolf Rats were already low on HP. Great Stag Knights, we're trying to fight some Night Runners. Now they are getting attacked by Rat Ogres, and it does look like they turn around and start to fight back, which is probably smart, because you're not really going to get out of here super clean. We do have some Skaven rallying on the high ground. I wonder if any Glade Riders will rally nearby and take them out. It doesn't look like it's the Great Stag Knights might be at their mercy. Meanwhile, Chieftain and Queek are still fighting Treekin off in the distance. That is perfectly fine, as Glade Guard are now getting to fire in on the Rat Ogres, which is probably the best target for them. The Skaven are starting to win out on the bump and grind, as more and more Wood Elf archers are getting compromised by random garbage. And as long as it's random garbage, they can't keep firing. Cleansing Ruin tries to catch the Spellweaver and the Glade Guard. It does for a second, but then the Spellweaver notices what's going on and she does run away. Great Stag Knights are continuing to chase off more things, and Natty Boobos somehow ended up all the way down here from that hillside. Don't know what exactly happened there, but I am worried the Skaven are running out of sauce. They did not bring any Poison Wind Globes whatsoever, so actually these Wild Rangers could be a little difficult to take out. They're not the best unit, but they're there. They exist. Great Stag Knight still plowing into other stuff, trying to route things. Meanwhile, Glade Guard are still firing at the Rat Ogres and, like, doing a pretty pitiful amount of damage, I must say, which is strange. Rat Ogres are usually a great target for them, but they're just doing, like, no damage to them. I mean, they could be missing a lot, but still. Chieftain's getting awful low on leadership. That was a good volley. I mean, that kind of worked out. Wild Rangers will push through the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashes. We still have some Glade Riders that can chase stuff down, kinda. Natty Boobos is back for last time. If they route one more time, they're dead. Big Pit of Shades. Wild Rangers immediately get orders to dodge it, and they will take minimal damage. Clan Vulcans also get orders to dodge it. And actually, both sides. Both sides good dodge. Alright, good job, both sides. We love both sides. More Rat Ogres fighting with the Glade Guard, but they will probably be peeled off, yeah, from just the supporting fire. And the Wood Elves are doing admirably to try and fight back in this late game, but it looks like there's just too many rat bodies. There's too many little ratties. I will say I'm disappointed in the Glade Guard. KDW set them up to succeed at every opportunity, and they just, like, didn't. And that's dumb. But, I mean, like, because there was that one, this guy was firing at Rat Ogres for, like, 55 years, and they're still fine. What the fuck, that one? Oh, well. Spellweaver Shadows was trying to get some hits onto the Warlock Engineer, somehow biffed it several times, and then she ended up taking damage instead, which is not how you want that to go. Big Pendulum will hit 2 Skaven Slaves and just immediately kill them. The Spellweaver Shadows is stuck on the Warlock Engineer, and she had a tough time getting out of there. Now she is going to escape. She gets set by some Wolf Rats, though they might just rout off from being in the presence of her at all. Wildwood Rangers are continuing to fight, and they push off the Warlock Engineer. They're still trying to fight Queek. There we go. The Chieftain's also pushed off. And Trophy Heads is popped on the Shadows Caster. She wants nothing to do with these Rat Ogres right now. She has 0 melee defense. It's not her favorite place to be. Glade Riders with Spears still in the back. They did dive once more. Natty Booba Sharpshooters shattered forever. They are off the battlefield. Skaven are getting a bit of a second win, though. The Wood Elves really don't have anything to officially chase them off for good. Enfeebling Foe on Queek in the middle of Wild Rangers could be huge. 22 melee defense for him versus 47 melee, 48 melee attack with armor piercing. He's getting chipped down. He's getting chipped down. Spellweaver Shadows gets attack orders onto the Warlock Engineer, but there it is. He throws out a Flensing Rune onto her, and that is going to be game. Yeah, because that's going to go off. It's going to do enough damage to probably kill her. And without her, the Wood Elf's already faltering leadership is just going to collapse entirely. I mean, plus there's still some Night Runners, there's still some Rat Ogres, Queek's alive, his Chieftain regrouped with him, so that is going to be GG. It was well fought, but the Wood Elves are not feeling the best right now. They're not feeling the best right now. If I was KDW and I rewatched this, like, I would be most upset that the Glade Guard didn't capitalize on the time you bought them. We'll check their values. Like, maybe they got some insane value I didn't see or something, but I really thought they would do better with the space you bought them. So, you played well. You played well. Queek gets a dub, though, so it's hard to really be that upset. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Some people are confused about what I said about Ian 0. So just taking a look at the bracket to ease all your minds. I'm not changing anything. It's just Ian got a bye round. So if you remove him, like remove him from your mind, then Be'lakor versus its current year would just be here. And there would never have been a bye round. So all I was telling was Onyx. I was talking to Onyx and saying he doesn't have to wait for Be'lakor and its current year to finish their series, then for Ian 0 and whoever to finish their series. Whoever wins between Be'lakor and its current year is just going to zoop up to him. Because without a 9th player, we wouldn't have had a bye round. That's it. So you're all fighting who you're fighting. Nothing's wrong. Oh, and Bees was confused about something I said. You're not getting moved in the bracket. I just picked you as my new MVP. I think you're going to win the whole thing because you're goddamn GigaChat. Chaz CT2 did prevail over KDW, as you saw. Onyx beat Metunai off stream, but he is in the semifinals. And yeah, we're chilling. Anyway, back to this for the values. Spellweaver Shadows got about 1,000. That's fine on a Spellcaster Lord. Gladeguard, pretty decent, actually. Pretty decent damage values. So I can be happy about that. I still think they should have done more. Those bastards. Wildwood Rangers did alright. Eternal Guards, ooh, one got 900 somehow. The other one struggled a bit with value. Glade Riders did pretty well. Great Stag Knights struggled to find a target, but it's alright. Queek did 1,000 damage value. Hell yeah. 1,100 on Natty Bubos. Chieftain, not a lot, but he was just walking around with Queek. 1,200 on the Warlock Engineer for those Flensing Ruins. Rat Ogres did a lot of body blocking. Not a lot of value. Wolf Rats, mixed, but overall fine. Clan Volk's Tail Slash did very well. Night Runner Slings did great. And then Skaven Saves and Clan Rats stood around and died. As is their birthright. Also, I just noticed that my background was shifted. Why did nobody tell me that? Why did nobody tell me my background was off? What constitutes a new player for new player tournaments? New to Total War or just multiplayer? Just multiplayer, Sugar Crip. Most, like, 99.9999% of people play a shitload of campaign before dipping their toes in multiplayer. Yeah, so it's just for multiplayer. If you've played a lot of quick battles and stuff, you can still play in the new player tournaments. Worst comes to worst, you win the first tournament you participate in, and then we promote you to Bone Ripper, because whoever wins this tournament, we promote them, and then you can't participate in any new player tournaments like this one. So it doesn't hurt to just sign up and see what happens. Now, obviously, if you're a long-time tournament player, like Caradoc, or Berserk, or Hanadins, or Alfredito, or like one of them, obviously we're going to check you at the gate and be like, bruh. But for most other people, we're like, if you don't know whether you're new or not, just sign up, play, and like I said, if you win, then that solves that. You're not in the new player league anymore. And if you lose, then you should be here. So hooray. Why should Queek have a net? He doesn't need a net per se. It's just he doesn't have any way to fight anybody. So he's this weird stat stick with a bunch of problems, and he's very expensive. And the direct counter to him is walking the other direction. Like, I see you cost 1,700 gold and you're a good duelist. What if I click away from you? Fuck, I've been defeated. So, I don't know. Kind of what I was talking about with Scarbrand. We're like, a way to fix Queek without giving him healing. Because too many Lords have healing. And Queek shouldn't have healing. He should not. So, without giving him healing, how do you fix Queek? Well, do one of three things. He either needs a way to force a fight, which you could argue Snitch has a net, so maybe cross that one off. But that's just one way to balance him. So give him a net or a slow or something so he can force a fight, a rampage or something. I wouldn't suggest it, but that is a way you could do it. You could turn him into a crowd clearing machine. So either you come fight me, or I'm going to kill everybody in this room, kind of thing. And then if you just leave him alone, he's just going to butcher your chaff until you come fight him. Maybe give him one of the passives that Game 3 loves so much, where, oh, this unit gets more melee attack and armor-piercing weapon damage the more kills it gets, and then give him good splash attacks, so if you if you just fuck off and don't fight him and leave him with some swordsmen or something, he's going to kill your swordsman. He's going to buff up. And then when you have to fight him later, you're in a shitload of trouble. Now you might be like, well, that sounds OP. Remember who we're talking about. Like, it's Queek. You can just Spirit Leech him. You can just shoot him. His leadership is shit. He doesn't even have ITP. You can send a monster at him. You can send anything large at him. Like, you can send anything large that's not a lord on him, and he can't even use most of his stuff. Like, there's ways to counter him. I'm just saying, for the lord versus lord part, you could do that. The third option is actually my favorite of it, is you turn Queek into a buff boy, where he has these good dueling potentials if you want to duel him, but most of what he does is, like, AoE around him. Units get melee attack and speed because of his weird fanatical thing he does. AoE around him, enemies get minus leadership or something. Like, AoE around him, like, turn him into a support bot, kind of like Skarsnik. You know, Skarsnik has that AoE plus 16 bonus versus large and plus 25% damage stats. Like, do that for Queek so he has a function, because right now his function is a duelist, but he has no agency in the duel. Like, your opponent has to fuck up and fight you 1v1 and not walk away, and then Queek is useful. And it's like, well, that's bad game design. So he either needs something that he can do to start the fight, or he needs something that he can do if your opponent doesn't opt into the fight. Because right now he's just, his identity sucks. The duelist that can't start or end the duel. So that's my Queek round. Is just like similar to Scarbrand. He has an identity crisis in that he's not really good at anything. So then he's not good. Like, his stats are fine, but he can't use them effectively. Okay. We are in an awkward moment where I'm waiting for either of these two series to be done. Out There in Bees or Bellicor in its current year. And I have to imagine that they're both on their game 3s because I don't see any of their lobbies. Wait, Vermin League with Out There. What the fuck? Hold on. I see his lobby. Oh, they're talking about stuff. They're talking about Phoenix King's super special tournament he's setting up. Yo. You in game 3 or done? Because I can see their lobby right there. Okay. They were waiting for us, apparently. My bad. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So apparently these guys were waiting for us. Yeah, there's no slots left. All right. They're waiting for us, but we got a video game to cast out there, and they've been waiting on us for so long that they definitely have their builds now. It's all right. It's all right. I'm only mildly furious. I'm not livid. I'm just aggrieved. I am the big anger. So what we're going to do is, here's a compromise. While we load into game, what we're going to do is, I did say that both semifinals would wait for us, but with this snafu that Out There and Bees didn't know they weren't supposed to be waiting, to not make this last all night, because it's Wednesday and some people have to work tomorrow, I will ask Onyx and whoever they end up fighting to wait. But since we just cast Chaz, and we're casting this best of 3, both players that end up in the semifinal will have gotten some time on stream, so they won't feel that slighted. So they'll play the semifinal, here while we cast this other best of 3 and keep this moving, just because it's a Wednesday night and like people gotta go to fucking bed. So we'll cast this semifinal and finals. Sound good? Needs challenge. Thanks, Chaz. Maybe a slow, like some of the Greenskin Lords heroes have. One of the Norskin Lords, Queek with enemies is like me near the bar. They just walk away. You'd be competing against Bellord with Mortis effect, and you make a boost, give melee attack in order. It'd be a cool lead from the front type. Yeah. Hi, Ben. Yeah, you're fine, dude. You're fine. We just want to cast good games. So as long as like the bottom semifinal isn't mad they're getting slighted by not getting cast, then I don't give a fuck. But both people who end up there were already on stream for an entire best of 3 at that point, so if they're mad, then let them be mad, I guess. Give Queek a leap and a slow with some unit buffs. Yeah, that would be cool. But that's really it, is he just needs an identity. And I hope, like, Giants, actually funny we see a Giant right now. Giants are some of the best balance example I have ever seen for some reason. Like, they were a meme for so long, but now Giants are great. Giants are great because they're not always good. But when they are good, they're good. They're solid. They're fine. I don't think Giants need buffs or nerfs right now. They're not in every game because they're not always good. But they're nice single entity duelists, single entity large, or single entity on foot. They're just good. They're tanky. They're relatively cheap. They're a terror piece. They're good. Now, they don't kill everything. They're weak to archers. They're weak to spearmen. They can't clear chaff. They have a niche. I like the niche. And I want Queek to have a niche. I don't want Queek to become Sigvald, where it's just like, just slap him in a build and he's good. It's like, no, I like to have a reason. I like to make decisions about what I want to do and not just pick a lord that's like, this is just the best lord. Anyway. Beastmen versus Greenskins. 2 Centaurs with throwing axes, 2 Chaos Warhounds, 2 normal Centaurs. Ooh, wow, great weapons. Never mind. A normal Centaur and a Centaur with great weapons. Torrox the Brass Bull and a proper Mino bus with Minotaur's great weapons. Looks like 3 of them. 2 Gore herds, 3 Ungor Spearman herds, and no caster for the Beastmen. Immediate thought, get a caster. On the Greenskin side, Forest Goblin Spider Riders with Goblin Big Boss, a front line of Orc Boys, proper right gets, some Orc Boar Boys, couple Wolf Riders, Night Goblin Archers, Night Goblins with the Spinning Loons, Orc Biggins in the back line. We do have a River Troll. Wow, a River Troll. Okay. A Giant, aforementioned, a Goblin Great Shaman on his Spider with Vindictive Glare, Itchy Nuisance, Sneaky Stabbin', and Don't Even Try It. Cool. Beastmen need a caster, otherwise their build is pretty fine. Greenskins, River Trolls usually suck, otherwise your build's mostly fine. Alright, Brass Body is popped, but he's getting Don't Even Try It. His melee attack is reduced, and the Giant is on top of him fighting. Oh, there's a Blackheart Big Boss in here. Hey, little buddy. Okay, so Torrox is in a world of hurt. Even with that 40% damage resist, he has a Giant on his face and a Spider Shaman, so he's gonna want to get out of there. His Minotaurs are nearby, and the River Troll Hags just lost all their supports. They will be beaten to death now, very handedly by the Minotaurs unless they get some support nearby. Meanwhile, Centaurs have flooded the backfield. They are killing off all the Night Gobos, as they should. The Beastmen are quite proficient at the mobile game. The Greenskin frontline should be winning against Ungors and Gores, but it looks like they are mostly not because of the Minotaur support once again. So overall, the Greenskins getting run down across the map. I guess that makes sense if you really focus on the fact that they have 3 single entities they paid a lot of money for, and the Beastmen don't. They have Torrox, who's, I mean, he's kind of expensive, but they didn't bring a caster. Well, I think you need a caster. Without it, you do have a bunch more money to go wider, and that somehow resulted in them winning the front line as well as the flanks. The flanks I could expect, but the front line win is actually surprising to me. Oh, there's a Goblin Big Boss too, yeah. So the Greenskins have 4 single entities they're paying for, and the Beastmen just went wide. So everything besides the single entities is fucking dead already. Out there just ran them down. And Bees is now dueling Torrox with a Giant. They need Stabbin', lowering his melee offense down to 23. Giant is clubbing him in the face with 700 armor-piercing weapon strength. But Torrox is just gonna walk away from that shit. He doesn't want any of it. Minotaurs killed the Goblin Great Shape while we were looking. What happened to you? I looked away. You were full health when I looked away. What the fuck is that? Meanwhile, everything's routing. We're actually getting close to army losses. 2.5 minutes into the game. That's what you get for Beastmen versus Greenskins. God damn. As a Black Orc Big Boss is trying to hold. A Giant's full HP wondering what happened to the rest of his army. And everything else is just routing. I don't know. I looked away for a second. The Spider Shape is dead. It's straight up dead. Giant's continuing to fight. He's continuing to pound some stuff, pummel some things, but he's gotten 700 value, so he's gotten about half his value in 3 minutes of fighting, but the game was just too short. He's like, wait a second, what the hell? As now Minotaurs are beating the shit out of him! They just get their hands on something and they tear it down! They tear it to pieces! And Torox is walking over all menacingly. He spent most of the game running away from the Giant, and he's like, you know what, I just want to hit something. So he sees a low health Spider Shaman, and he's coming in to steal the kill, steal the credit, because he's gonna just kill the Giant Spider, and he's gonna say, I did that, that was me. It's like the Gimli quote, it still only counts as one, but it's working the other way now, because as long as he got the kill, it still counts as one. Bees got dropped from the game, but that was over enough that I can confidently say that the Beastmen won it. Alright. So Torox, again, he got 500 value because he spent most of the game running for his life. But his Minotaurs alongside him, hey, which one of these things surrounded and killed the Spider Shaman? Which one of these Minotaurs is not quite like the other one? It's that one. So Minotaurs did great. Centaurs really ran down the back line. Gores and Ungors got absolute dog shit value, but they existed, and that's all they really needed to. But I like the Beastmen play a lot. I also like turning the Centaurs with throwing axes into their melee form and just sprinting it at a bunch of archers and stuff. That's pretty good tactical awareness of, like, I'm not going to win this game by skirmishing with you. I need to hit you now and end this now, as soon as you see that, like, the greenskin flanks are protected by 2 skirmish cav, a light cav, and 1 medium cav. The Beastmen just took opportunity where they're like, all right, let's kill all these archers, route everything, get some rear charges on the orc front line, route them, and then we'll deal with the single entities later. So that was pretty good. Goblin Great Shaman, 500 value. He had a tough time really getting much done. Giant ended up with almost 900 value, so very good for him. Archers got run the fuck down. Black Orc Big Boss couldn't quite catch Torox like he wanted to. Orc Boys got pounded, which was actually really surprising and sad. River Trolls did okay. Boar Boys, Wolf Riders, Spider Riders were just outclassed on the flanks because Beastmen gonna Beastmen. If Greenskins beat Beastmen in a 1v1 cavalry fight, then that's kind of fucked up because that's like the Beastmen's thing. All right. Are the guys I'm supposed to fight started their game? I hope so. They better. I'll message them. But I'm pretty sure they had because Kiara was messaging me about it. Where's current year? You playing your game? Anyway. Good. Onyx, if you're still in the chat, yes, they're playing their game. Okay, so Bees is here. Out there, taking a win. Without a caster, bring a goddamn caster. I entertain no argument that not bringing a caster is worth it. Okay. Khorne versus Dwarves. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, dealing with a lot of stuff. So, Kiara did win versus its current year. Ian Zero's not here, so they got a bye round. So our top semifinal is ready. Belcor versus Onyx. We'll hop up there after this. I did tell them to get in a lobby together, do their picks and bans, and do their first army. So when we transition to that lobby, it should be a pretty smooth process. Meanwhile, we are here without their 58 and B's Rum Drinker. And that's where we are. Out there is up 1, and he's now playing Khorne versus the Dwarves. Has Bees learned the lessons of Sabrus Regnum, or is Khorne going to prevail this day? Giants are great to bring against counts. Beastmen with the "we're not Khorne, we swear" army. RR River Trolls are good. That was not the RR, though. You lied to me. Out there's already ready. Bees is just shuffling around some last-minute funds, but the core of his build is set. I think Range Lord need the biggest buff, except I can't remember the last time I saw Wolfheart or Lethanar. KV, I do see a decent amount of Wolfheart, but it's mostly for his net. So I think you have a point there, that the ranged aspect of most Range Lords right now is not consequential. And while I hate the Sisters of Twilight because of what they did to me, because of how much they hurt me in my life, I will say they probably need a little bit of love. Though also, fuck those guys. The serious, balanced part of me would say Sisters need a buff. The emotional, living through the Twisted and the Twilight DLC portion of me says fuck those guys to oblivion. I hope they never see the light of day again. God, Beastmen games go so fast. They do. Win or lose, they're fast. All right, neither side bring in a caster just to spite me. Even though, I mean, neither of these sides has a caster. But still, last game... Oh, always take a caster. There's no reason not to take a caster, you guys. Oh, let's just pick Khorne and Dwarves, so there aren't any casters. You all think are blind. You think I'm blind, but I see. I see. Alright, my mods are talking about a lot of stuff for this upcoming event, and I have nothing to add, so we'll see. Alright. The anger is against the pissed off Eos. Wait, Human Boy, Rune Magic. I know you have Rune Magic, but it's not real magic, and I liked the meme. Dwarf Stoof Gaster. Oh yeah, Chaz, you're not the one playing anymore. I'm too used to that. There was something I was gonna say, but I forgot it. Oh yeah. I think what I'm hoping to take away from casting some of these new player tournaments or casting new player or just quick battles on the stream is, oh shit, they're already ready. Never mind. Fuck that whole point. Nothing matters. So for Bees, we have Miners with Blasting Charges out in the way Vanguard, Dwarf Warriors, Hammers, Dwarf Warriors. So 2 Hammers. 2 Rangers, a Dragonback Slayer, a Cannon. We have a Runesmith with the Hammer of Kazakh Draws, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, and Rune of Slowness. We do have a Master Engineer with just Flash Bomb and his Pew Pew Shotgun. Grumbrindle, the White Dwarf, and a Gyrocopter with a Brimstone Gun. Cool, cool. On the other side for Khorne, we have a Blood Shrine of Khorne. It is the one that gives an AoE leadership and melee attack buff. 2 Khorne Furies, 2 Blood Crushers of Khorne, a Minotaur of Khorne, Bloodletters, more Minotaurs, Valkia up in the sky, and we do have 2, yep, just 2 Fleshhounds. Furies are already diving in. They're already going for the cannons. These Slayers need to be activated from bees. They need to come back and get in the fight. It looks like Rangers are actually going to get activated, but the Dragonback Slayers are a better choice. So that is a bit of a whoopsie from the Dwarf player. They're coming now, but just a little delayed on that reaction, unfortunately. Meanwhile, these Rangers are running while Dwarf Warriors try and help peel them. They do need to stop running so the Dwarf Warriors can actually catch up and help them, because the Furies will disintegrate rather quickly once they're caught. But the Minotaurs are already here. So the Dwarves a little flustered out the gate, not having the best time, unfortunately. Now for Khorne, you are taking heavy casualties when you use Furies. They are, again, kind of that kamikaze we were talking about earlier in the stream. You just chuck them in, but eventually their demonic instability hits them, and then they're just completely fucked. So good start from Khorne. Damage value is about the same, though. And unfortunately, the Blood Shrine is caught up in Smiters of Blasting Charges, so it's not really supporting the frontline fight just now. Minotaurs plow in, and Minotaurs destroy these Dwarf Warriors, I guess. That's just the end of them. Hammerers and Grombrindle are fighting against the Bloodletters, but the Skullcrushers are here, and it looks like Khorne is just going to roll over this Dwarven formation. It is looking pretty brutal. The damage value is still close, but the state of play does not feel close. This could be a big moment, though. Minotaurs are super expensive, and if these guys spend even a moment on these Dragonback Slayers, they are going to entirely die. And that could be, like, a huge way back for Dwarves in this game, honestly. Taking out a high-value unit like that. Other Hammers stuck fighting these Minotaurs of Khorne. Yeah, butchering poor defenseless Dwarf Warriors is easy, isn't it? But when you fight real units like a man, you get killed, you stupid cows. You sides of beef that don't know it yet. So those guys got butchered. Meanwhile, these Hammers fighting to the death against some Skull Crushers against the Minotaurs of Khorne. They are going to die. They are going to get pushed out of here, but they gave it a hell of a go. Another Spear Slapnir coming from Valkia, going to hit these Hammers. Bounce power slightly against the Dwarves. I think it should be more against the Dwarves, but I guess they are actually up on damage value? That feels insane. Oh, this is where it could get rocky. Khorne's out of shit. Khorne's out of, like, I mean that literal shit. Khorne's out of it. They have a Bloodletter. That's it. Everything else, you're gonna have large targets fighting a bunch of infantry, which is, like, never great. Just across the board. These Blood Crushers are getting melted right now. And yeah, this could swing back the other way actually pretty easily. Because the big thing about, like, Ogres is the easiest example. When you're talking about Ogres, the reason Noblars are so important for Ogres, even though Noblars are shit, is because you can have an Ogre charge into a group of Spearmen, and you have, like, 16 Ogres fighting 120 Spearmen. So, like, each Ogre is going to get surrounded by 8 Spearmen and poked down. Or you can have 200 Noblars and 16 Ogres fighting Spearmen, and then, like, you're probably going to have 1 or 2 Spearmen attacking each Ogre. And it's just way better. So the Noblars are just there to distract some of the models. And the same goes for any army. So these Minotaurs are going to plow in now. And without Bloodletters, without Marauders of Khorne, without anything to eat the damage for them, every attack is going to land on them. And you saw how quickly the Dragonback Slayers killed that other one. This could actually turn around. I don't think it's over by any means. Like, Khorne's still feeling pretty good overall. The Blood Shrine killed those miners straight up. They have a half-health Skull Crusher. They have 2 full-health Fleshhounds. This should not be happening, though. The Minotaurs shouldn't be going in with everything else pulling away. That's a problem. Ooh, there are Gyrocopters still. At least they only have 4 ammunition. That's fine. I think the Dwarves are probably feeling good at this point about their position. The game's not over. Because they are largely down to Grombrindle and this Runesmith. Like, the Dragonback Slayers have done great work, but they're about out of gas. If the Fleshhounds charge them, if the Blood Crushers charge them, they'll do enough damage on the charge to probably knock them out for the most part. This guy he didn't bring reload. That could have been clutch. Obviously, if he had a future vision and knew this was the scenario coming up, he could have given this Gyrocopter more ammo, but, yeah. Blood Crushers and Furies just chasing down some Dwarf Warriors, trying to make sure they don't come back to the fold. Okay, and Grombrindle hold. Furies charging the Gyrocopters. Looks like they will catch them if they actually get their hands on them. It'll be making quick work of these Gyrocopters. They are just going to get torn apart now. They got most of their ammo off, so they did what they needed to. A little bit of a lag spike, which, as we saw between these two players, they really don't lag unless one of them is maybe about to crash. So I will continue to be very, very frightened of any crashes that might be coming. Grombrindle has no fear. He pops it for the melee defense and Unbreakable, and then Valkia says Unbreakable this, and just kills the guy. Okay, that was neat. The Blood Shrine is here, distracting the Slayers, and Fleshhounds are going to dive in along with Furies. All of these units getting a melee attack buff and a leadership buff from the Blood Shrine will make them make short work of these little Slayers. Valkia and her Chaos Warhounds are still trying to tear apart the Hammers, who are unbreakable until just about now, and now they are vulnerable once more. Valkia even throws out another Spear, really just to deter those Rangers from getting a shot off, and the Blood Crusher's side charge is going to deal with them, but I think these Blood Crushers need to come over here and say hello to all of this stuff. Furies are crumbling away. Dragonback Slayers down to 3 models as the Fleshhounds are working on them. Valkia has to be careful not to stay in this fight for too long. She does want to back off while Flash Bomb is active. Doesn't really want to fight Grombrindle at full strength like this. Gyrocopter is going to escape. Blood Crushers need to rejoin the fight. And let's see if Out There has his cycle charging down. Boom! Big Rune of Wrath and Ruin takes out about half HP from a Khorne, and it is going to start crumbling away. It has Discouraged from the Rune Axe of Grombrindle. Actually, yeah, those are Chaos Warhounds. Those aren't Fleshhounds. Oh, okay. That's actually nice, because then they don't Demonic Instability crumble at this point in the game. Valkia is cycle charging in. She probably does want to take care of the Runesmith. Just get rid of the Support Lord. He's a lot easier to kill than Grombrindle, and Grombrindle loses the support. Though I still am concerned that you can't finish off Grombrindle, especially with the Rune Axe. He can apply minus 16 leadership to demonic stuff. So these Blood Crushers could actually crumble later in the game, which will be tough. Chaos Warhounds are back. I still think the Dwarves are going to be able to grind it out. Blood Shrine plus Valkia are going to push off the Gyrocopter once again. They're dealt with. I have messages. All right. Blood Shrine fighting, Valkia cycle charging, Chaos Warhounds poking, and Blood Crushers standing. I guess a couple of them are inundated here. They're not near their flag. Runesmith taking a lot of damage. Gromby is about half HP. Valkia is also at half, and Khorne does take the lead yet again. We'll see how long these Chaos Warhounds can hold, though. And that Blood Shrine's actually doing a ton of work, keeping these fragile dogs in the fight with their bonus of leadership. Gyrocopters come in the last time. They're down to 1 Gyrocopter, and they continue to fight. If they rout, 49 HP, they are going to rout, and that'll shatter them. So goodbye, Gyrocopter. Valky even finishes it off for good measure. She's just doing that this game. Anything that's unbreakable or already shattered, she's going to kill it. Runesmith about to rout, and the Blood Shrine still motorcycling over these fools. Flash Bomb is really affecting everybody here. Oh, Valky is down to... She was getting hammered because it dropped, but it wore off now. Runesmith's routing, and with him routing, he ain't coming back. It is just Grombrindle. Blood Crushers are trying to fight him from behind. He does not have the Rune Axe of Grombrindle popped right now, so they're not taking that minus 16 leadership, but if they do, they could crumble very quickly. Chaos Warhounds kill the Runesmith. It's just Gromby. It's just Gromby. Can he do it? I'm actually getting concerned that he can't, because these guys have bonus for infantry. They have armor piercing. They have a Blood Shrine that's helping them out, which also has bonus for infantry and armor piercing. And Valkia dives in, Demon Shield. Yeah. Khorne's gonna stick in there. I thought the Dwarves had it. I thought the Dwarves had it. But Valkia is just a G, and this Chaos War Shrine, man, is doing good work. The Discourage buff is out, so I think the Blood Crushers are not long for this world. There it is. There's the -6. Start your demonic instability crumbling. Do it. Do it, you cowards. They did. Valky's charging back in. Gets a big hit onto Grombrindle. If she hits him 2 more times, he's dead. Well, maybe 1 more. I don't know how much armor's going to mitigate from her. Okay, now it's like 1 more hit. Tries to charge back out. Grombrindle did get some nice hits. The Blood Shrine of Khorne's just chilling nearby. And Gromby has to fight some War Dogs. And the Blood Shrine just rolls him over. Down to 63 HP. The Khorne Dogs, you don't fuck with them, man. They have 45, 44 melee attack. Yeah, it's brutal. GG. Valky 2,000 value. Blood Crushers 1,800 on one. Never seen that unit do well versus Dwarves. I mean, one of them got fucking bodied, but... I am not ready to see the Dragonback Slayer's value, because I imagine it's going to be gross. Minotaurs are great. Blood Shrine of Khorne did fantastically, especially if it's you think about its support value. Chaos Furies did well. Dogs did great. Overall, the Khorne build just performed quite well. Grombrindle did awesome. Runesmith actually did pretty okay. He had some good cast. Master Engineer was a little sus. Hammers did actually nicely. 2,100 on the Slayers. Not as high as I thought it would be, honestly. Gyrocopter also did well. Cannon got shut down immediately. Rangers got run down immediately. The Miners with Blasting Charges almost paid for themselves just fighting a Blood Shard all game. And Dwarf Warriors got murdered. GG to Bees and out there. GG indeed. All right, let's go find Onyx and Kiara, huh? So I will tell out there. I will tell out there and Chaz not to wait for me. For stream, you can start your games. And I'll go find Onyx. Howdy. You got a code for us? All right. Onyx has sent me the code. We are on our way. Join with code. That one. Game is full. We expected that, though. And we're in. Considering how long it's taking to load, yep, it's going to say I failed to join the game. And I just have to try again. There we go. Now I'm in. Has there been any unit you just can't remember seeing in multiplayer for Total Warhammer 3? Honestly, we saw one earlier today. The Boyar. I hadn't seen one, ever. And now here we are. Alright, Be'lakor. And I'm going to go with Rue. Just because their Discord and their Discord challenge and in-game names are all different, so I'll go with the in-game name so you guys don't get as many conflicting messages. Other stuff that I legitimately haven't seen in multiplayer like at all. Honestly, the Slaanesh Chariots. I haven't seen the Hell Flares or the Exalted Secret Chariot ever. I imagine I will in the next patch, but it's just like, for Slaanesh's entire lifespan up until this point, chariots have not functioned correctly. So they don't take them. When did you last see a Norska Chieftain? Not as rare as you'd think. Not as rare as you'd think. Like, it's rare, don't get me wrong, but it's not as rare as, like, the Boyar. The Boyar is definitely the rarest Lord type. Sorry, I'm distracted by bees. Bees is being a delight in chat, obviously. fucking memeing, making me read his delightful commentary. And that's not sarcasm for once. We just enjoy bees. Seems like a good lad. How about a Greenskin War Boss? True, Nico Boy Blue. True. Okay, that one, you got me. The Greenskin War... The Orc War Boss sucks ass. How's everything going, Manuel? Really good. Really good. Builds are solidifying. Skaven have more moving to do. So for Rue, we have 2 Winged Lancers. It is Kislev versus Skaven, by the way. 2 Light War Sleds, 2 Lancers, 1 Kosovo Dervish, a Little Grom, 4 Kossars, a Zargard, front line of 4 or 5 Armored Kossars, and then we have an Ice Witch of Ice with just Heart of Winter, and she is on foot to make her as cheap as possible. Last tournament, you retiring? No, it's the last tournament before the new patch comes out and the meta flips entirely. I wish I was retiring, dude. I wish I was leaving you all behind in the dust. I hate you. I hate everybody. Rawr! Rawr! Anger! Anyway, for the Skaven, 2 Wolf Rats, 2 Warplock Jezzails, 1 Avalanche Mortars, 2 Poison Globes, a front line of Clan Rat Spears, Deathmaster Snitch, an Assassin, 3 Rat Ogres, and no Caster. No Caster. Bring Caster. Bring Caster, filth meat. Anyway, this looks like it might be a toughie for Kislev. Maybe. Because what they could do is use their Light War Sleds and their Cav to kind of suicide dive like we saw Kislev do earlier and really lock down those Warplock Jezzails. Maybe kite a bit with Little Grom. Maybe. But if their infantry just AFK walk forward, they're going to take so much punishment from 2 Jezzails and the Avalanche Mortars that they might just not have the bodies in the late game. So something's going to have to get sacrificed to kill the Skaven stuff. I just clicked on Discord to read the YouTube chat. That's how my brain's doing right now. Clipped and caught in 4K, canceled on Twitter, unfriended on MySpace, and hurt feelings report filed. Yeah. Nah, I ain't going nowhere. Stuff's just starting to get good. Stuff's starting to get good. We're seeing a bunch of new faces in the community. We've grown by like 600 subscribers in the last week. Can't quit now. We're off to the races. What does Kislev do? Little Grom, where do you have attack orders, my friend? He is in range of the Skaven formation, so he could start picking them off. Looks like he's going to fire at the globes straight up. Okay. We'll see. Now, when I say that, like, Kislev might have to YOLO some units into the Skaven formation and snipe out those Warplock Jezzails, it is with the understanding that the units you send in there aren't coming back. Like, FYI. So if someone, like, takes that advice, they're like, I did what you said, and I ran my Light War Sled straight into the Warplock Jezzails, and then it got surrounded by Rat Ogres and died. It's like, yeah. That's why those Kosovo Dervishes are nice. For 450 gold, you can just throw them in to cover your advance and try and take out some ranged units like we saw in, like, Game 1. Wing Lancers charging down some Wolf Rats with poison. They should win this fight, though there is Jezzail fire coming down, really taking their day out on them, but I still think those Wolf Rats are going to rout before then. These Wing Lancers might be able to get something done. We will see. More Light War Sleds just pushing around with Wolf Rats. And Kislev is advancing into range of the Avalanche Mortars. Get ready to witness some heinous acts, my friends. Get ready. Wing Lancers are charging up. Run into some Skaven slaves, and some of them bleed through onto the Warplock Jezzails, but an entire Kislevite unit died in one volley. Because math. How is that math's fault? Everything's math's fault. Have you ever seen math? Look at it. Look at it and tell me it isn't its fault. You can't. You can't, can you? Exactly. Wing Lancer stopping this Giselle from firing on the upcoming Dudos. Light War Sled stopping the other Warplock Giselle from firing on Dudos. And that is nice to see. Let's see if the War Sleds keep moving or if they do get stopped up. But they are protecting some of the infantry these Avalanche Mortars are currently murdering. And Wing Lancers get caught on the charge by more dogs and more Rat Ogres. Light War Sleds continuing to try and disrupt, but they are getting caught. And the Kislevites have arrived. Avalanche Mortars take no prisoners on either side. Clan Rat's actually getting close to routing. And more Light War Sleds are running in. But, oh, the Suicide Squad of Wing Lancers dive into the Avalanche Mortars to try and spare the Zargard a little bit of suffering. And a little bit is all they spare them, but they did try. The Skaven push away. More Winged Lancers. And a Heart of Winter is cast on the Avalanche Mortars. Unfortunately, that is not going to be a good cast. It definitely need to be on something with more models, not just the Avalanche Mortars, so rip in peace that. But we'll see. Damage value is up for the Skaven. They start like every game this way. Kossars are moving up now. They do need to get in range of these Rat Ogres and start firing. Zargard are getting killed by Poison Globes, while Little Grom is still offering some support. But it's a toughie for Kislev. I play multiplayer if they let me put Cat Ears on Archeon and run the Ubu Warriors of Chaos. That's pretty funny. Alright, Zargard in melee, butchering these Poison Globes. Avalanche Mortars retreated, Giselles retreated. Let's see if archers can shoot them or something. But it's a tough go. These Light War Sleds are actually getting pretty good work done on the globes of their own. More Kossars shooting at the Warplock Giselles who just came back, and their health bar is so low that actually that volley might just take them out for good. We will see. The Deathmaster had netted down the Ice Witch that just got shot by Giselles more, and they're still continuing to fire at her. We have some of these armored Kossars who do need to move up. And the Kossovite Dervishes that were forgotten in the backfield also need to run up here and do some disruption. So, unfortunately, some forgotten units on the Kislev side, but shit happens. Shit happens. The Perpy Perps are perping. Rip in peace, entire Kossar. Deathmaster is going to finish off the Ice Witch, and with that, that's probably GG at this point. There's an awful lot of Skaven left, and the Kislevites are just running out of units. So I think that's GG. Probably. Lots of pew-pew coming in. The armored Kossars are routed off. Little Grom's still been firing. He's doing his best out there. He's trying to rep the boys, rep the lads. But the Skavinos are hard to beat with a heavily armored slow faction. Giselles did fine. Avalanche Mortars did fantastically. Rat Ogres did fine. Poison Globes did well. Clan Rats held as long as they needed to. Wolf Rats struggled. The other side, Ice Witch, 0 values. The Heart of Winter didn't hit anything, I guess. Even the Avalanche Mortars, I thought their flag was right in the middle of it, but I guess just no models were or something. Light War Sleds actually like paid for themselves, which is kind of weird. I mean, one did with a little bit extra. Wing Lancers struggled. Kossars just suffered the fate of infantry versus Skaven, and the Dervish was forgotten a little bit. Is it GG? I'm getting caught up on some chats. Oh yeah, I wanted something to drink. One. All right, I'll BRB. Oh. What up, dude? No. It's warm.
I know. I closed the windows, but I didn't turn the heat on because
Well, you can turn the AC on.
True, but is it going to
Do we want the windows open?
I don't know.
Yeah, you probably want them open.
What then if it gets too chilly?
It's not gonna get too chilly.
Maybe it gets too chilly.
Just snuggle Hazel. Then it's not gonna be too chilly. Snuggle the Hazel. Snuggle her. Snuggle!
I don't know. What do you think?
I would open them at night. And it is night.
Okay. Good job.
You can go talk to the stream. I don't want to talk to them anymore. They're jerks.
Well, it sucks for you.
Go talk to them. They're so mean to me. They're so mean to me. I don't want it.
How
You're-
much fun did you have on your stream?
I don't know.
Okay.
This shit never ends. We have 1 or 2 more games here, and then a final, so probably another hour.
Alright, I'll probably be asleep.
You're not gonna be asleep.
Uh-huh.
What do you have going on tomorrow? Nothing.
Work.
You got nothing. You're... Hazel, she has nothing. She's not doing nothing. She says she goes to work, but we know she just goes and has a coffee and a smoke for 8 hours every day. A coffee and a smoke. Just one. She's very smoke efficient. This is the Hazel Basil, everybody. Look at her. Look at her.
Is she on your lap?
Yeah. Well, she's not up here. She's just kind of like standing.
She loves you.
She does love me. She's getting some love. Hey, bud. Do you not like it when the doors close because I scream a lot and you're like, he's in danger. I gotta save him. You don't have to save me. Get out of here. Get out of here, you rascal. Go on. Go on. Mom's got presents for you. She's got presents. She's got peanut butter and chocolate and more things puppy shouldn't have. All right. What do we got? Warriors of Chaos and Tom Kongs. Noise. Last time Grace came in the chat, he was getting dogpiled on everybody else. It's been 25 years and my dad's still out grabbing a pack of smokes. If it's just been 1 pack of smokes, then he's super efficient with his money and time, so you should be proud of him. Bees, if you're still out there in the chat, I've never been more proud of you in my entire life. Never. Don't let nobody tell you different. It is very warm in here. I want to open a window, but it's also 10 o'clock at night on a Wednesday, and I don't want my neighbors to be subjected to the shrieking screams that is my casting. All right, y'all ready for your last chance to see Hellstriders being good? Because come tomorrow, they are not. They are not good. You like Tomb Kings a lot in Warriors of Chaos. Sabers has some absolutely dreadful builds as Tomb Kings. We'll see if Rue can channel any of that energy. Also high strat. All right, I got distracted. What's going on? What did I miss? Umbrella, I know what you mean, but that is a funny sentence. Yeah, Tomb Kings can do some things here. Oh, nice. I was worried they couldn't do anything. What up, Vertical Cliff? How are you? Also, we're kind of down for a long time, and I'm concerned. It's been a long time, but does anybody remember that Warhammer 2 bug where you would crash on the way into a lobby, but no one would know it, and it would go through all 600 seconds, so 10 minutes. It would be a 10-minute countdown, and then at 0 it would say, connection to the game has been lost, but you just got stuck there, and you couldn't hit escape, you couldn't do anything. You just had to wait. Also, why are we streaming at very unfriendly EU times again? We do both, sir. We do plenty of streams for the EU lads. In fact, the stream on Monday was friendly for the EU lads, and the stream tomorrow is going to be friendly for the EU lads. So the NA crew gets something sometimes, okay? They get things once in a while. I'm in NA. I remember when I was a pleb, I wanted content tailored to me. But no, everybody streams at noon when I'm at work. All tournaments are at noon when I was at work. Now, I call the shots. I run the show. And tournaments are still usually at EU times, but occasionally NA times. Alright. Tomb King's mostly set up, so I can talk about them a bit. We have Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Warriors, Spearmen Warriors. We have some Nehakara Warriors, and I did see the Kepra Guard there. They are the Tomb Guard ROR with regen, and some pretty sick stats. 2 melee Ushapti, 3 Carrion up in the sky, 2 Ushapti Great Bows, one of which is the Chosen Gods ROR. We also have an ROR Sepulchral Stalker, the Eyes of the Desert. Arkin the Black with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech on his horsey horse. Is that a 4th Carrion? Wow, there are 4 Carrion here. Jesus Christ, that is a lot of Carrion. On the other side, for the Warriors of Chaos, we have 2 casters. That feels like a lot. Archaon with Spirit Leech, and then Slayer of Kings and Fight or Die. And then we have a Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch with just blue fire. Okay. There are 5 Marauders, 4 Chaos Warriors, 3 of which with Halberds, and there were Hellstriders. Where were they? They're underneath me. Got it. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen, 2 Chaos Warhounds, 1 with poison. We have 2 Hellstriders, Slanesh, Silver Chevron. Good God. So Eurocentric, gosh. Umbrella gets it. Bonk, bonk. Now, Europe is the best time for viewership because NA people can watch while at work and EU people can watch in the evenings. So the NA content I do usually has lower viewership, but we still do it anyway because sometimes it's about the players. Most of the time it's about me. 95% of the time it's about me. But 5% of the time, I care about the players. What up, Mossy? How you doing, dude? Are we going to see some more of you with the Chaos Dwarves or not? You're just going to stick to campaign. Carrion are going to harass the Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch. Just poke him. Poke him a little bit. And he is going to land, so we'll see if the Carrion actually follow him down to the Halberds. Hopefully not. Meanwhile, what else is going on? Melee Ushapti pushing off some of those skirmish cav who are harassing the Ushapti Great Bows, and the Ushaptis actually just start firing back. Skeleton Warriors fighting with Marauders on the front line. And yeah, the Carrion did land in those Halberds, so we'll see how that goes for them. Probably not well. Nehakara Warriors killing some Marauders. Chosen of the Gods firing at Chaos Warriors with Halberds. That is a good target. And Arkin is getting Spirit Leeched. He's probably not used to getting Spirit Leeched. He's used to doing the leashing. So we'll see. 0! Hi, 0. How you doing, Ratman? Really good. Really, really good. Thanks for asking. Ushapti and the Spearmen do push off those Marauder Horsemen, but Hellstriders and the Dogs come rocketing in. They are going to do really great damage here. More Hellstriders. Ooh. Some of the Hellstriders are catching the Ushapti Great Bows, and they will tear them absolutely apart. Something has to be done by the Tomb Kings. Probably these Carrion have to come back and get active. Sepulchral Stalkers too, yeah. And Archaon is on top of Arkin, which can't be allowed. So the Tomb Kings have to do a lot of peeling right now. What the fuck is going on over here? These Ushapti are taking literally 0 damage. Literally 0. They had 6,003 health forever. Oh, the Hellstriders had attack orders onto something else, and they just stood on them. That looked really funny. Okay, huge win for the Tomb Kings there. Did not die to the Hellstrider, and in fact, lasted forever and then pushed them off. So, that was huge. Also, back here, Carrion dying to Halberds. Bad for the Carrion, sure. But you did delay these Halberds' advance for super long. So that might honestly be worth it in the end. Also, all these Marauders are a little out of position. They are coming in now, so the Tomb Kings have gotten a lot of time to try and deal with what is assaulting them right now. The Fate of Bune on a Marauder Horseman will delete that unit almost entirely. Probably wanted to use that on more Chaos Warriors with Halberds. Probably, but we will see. Sepulchral Stalkers are going to have to peel Archaon off of Arkin, who does run behind the Kepler Guard. Nice dodge, and now he's in front of the Sepulchral Stalkers, who should be shooting him. Should. There's a pretty key word in that sentence. And he does decide to fuck off, doesn't want to sit in front of those sneaky snakes. Meanwhile, Chosen the Gods who shot the Great Bows are firing at something. It looks like they were earlier firing at the Hellstriders. And I don't know what they're shooting at now. There, they got direct attack orders to fire at those Marauder Horsemen. Rue really hates Marauder Horsemen, is what I've learned. Fate abuses them, Chosen the Gods them, he just doesn't like those guys. Archaon gets a little bit of poke on the Moro Shopti and then decides to just run away with it. These Sepulchral Stalkers and Carrion have to get a little more active on the battlefield, and I would like to see them doing some more stuff. Is this Ushapti a summon? No, that's a real Ushapti at full HP. Okay, that's pretty huge. Sepulchral Stalkers get charged by Hellstriders, but they have anti-large of their own. They should be able to push them off, but this will give Archaon some time to charge Arkin. Let's see if Arkin is actually on top of his shit and willing to run away. He gets Spirit Leech while he Spirit Leeches the Hellstriders. That will kill them off, and the Sepulchral Stalkers are going to need to get onto Archaon here. Arkin's still taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the far side, Tomb King's still up on damage value. Sepulchral Stalkers trying to fire at Archaon, but they are famously terrible at firing when you need them to fire. They will only fire when it's suitable for them. And Halberds have caught up with the Chosen of the Gods. They only have one shot left, so it's not that huge of a deal if they get caught. These Ushapti are the important ones now. They have all the ammo in the world. Sepulchral Stalkers still peeling Archaon a bit. Carrion trading with the Zinchcaster in the sky, just keeping him busy. The inexorable tide of chaos is appearing to push in just fine. Sepistocks still harassing Archaon as dogs swarm poor Arkin. Now, the dogs themselves are low enough that being next to an undead guy might spook them. And Archaon charges into Arkin the Black, misses his first attack, hits the second one, and he will finish off Arkin with this next swing for sure. He is dead. Wow, nice Spirit Leech from the grave there, Arkin, since you were completely fucking dead anyway. The Sepulchral Stalker's getting a lot of damage out. That's actually a big win for the Tomb Kings, because Arkin was at like 1/3 HP, and Archaon losing half his health to kill Arkin is worth. I'm still concerned for the Tomb Kings. I'll say it. That Ushapti is a summon. Okay. So the Ushapti summon is out. That's no longer in the back pocket. Tomb Kings do take a brief lead on Bounce of Power. Dogs are pushed off. The Ushapti with the bows have been kept safe for now. They are able to get out of the firing line. It says they're shooting, but I don't see them shooting at shit, so I don't know what they're on about. Sepulchral Stalkers are creeping up. Probably going to shoot Archaon some more. They really like to hit him. And these Halberds are going to get pushed off. Sepistocks tracking Archie. He is on open ground. Big volley. Most of it misses because he was moving at all. God damn it. I forgot if you're moving at all, it's impossible to hit you, said no one ever. These Ushapti are going to get caught by the Chaos Warriors with Halberds. They get ground down. The bounce power shifts further in the favor of the Tomb Kings. I imagine once this Ushapti fades away, that will probably come closer back to the middle. Do have a full health Carrion in the distance. Those could be used to chase off Marauders or the Halberd units, so that the infantry can focus on other stuff. And when this Ushapti with ammunition dies and that summon dies, Chaos might even be ahead on the balance of power. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Sepistocks need to move up. Now we play the waiting game. Archaon does not have Burning Head to clear out a lot of his stuff, so the Kepler Guard could actually be a bit of a menace in the late game. Out of the 3 Chaos Warrior Halberds, only 1 is even left fighting, and it's pretty low. Another Chaos Warrior is here, but it's not like it's going to do that much versus the melee Ushapti or the Sepistocks. Carrion charging in, Spirit Leech onto the Chosen of the Gods. We have no ammo, so they're pretty meh at the moment. Sepulchral Stalkers are still just trying to, looks like, catch up to Archaon, maybe avoid these Marauders. Don't fully know what their plan is. They have a plan. I just don't know what it is yet. That Carrion in the distance is still chasing something. I think it must be chasing something that shattered. Another quick volley onto Archaon. He's getting awful low. And the Zinchcaster is also not having a great time. Okay. Where are you going? Oh, he's chasing Shattered Marauder Horseman. Okay. Yeah, that Carrion needs to come back and chase down units that aren't already shattered, but hindsight's 20/20. Is Be'lakor Void? No, Be'lakor is Kiara. You're all about the chore fair? Good. Alright, Snake's firing a bit at Archaon again, getting that good poke, and he has no form of healing whatsoever, so any poke is welcome. Use a shop to continue to fight. These Carrion have been... I know there's 4 different units of Carrion, but this Zinchcaster has been attacked by Carrion all game long. He can't get away from them. Kepragard being alive carries this. Honestly, probably true. Archaon is just going to dive in on the Sparkle Stalkers. They're kind of bad in melee, but they do have armor piercing. They do have anti-large, so if they can land any hits, they'll do good. But their melee stats are 29, which is pretty abysmal. They rely heavily on their bonus versus large to get anything done. Sparkle Stalkers still trying to fight him being Archaon, but with Chaos Warriors with Halberds poking at him and Archaon himself cycle charging a little bit, they are having troubles getting damage out. Kepragard is grinding down the last of the Chaos Warriors and Marauders over here. And those Carrion in the trees are returning home! And the Chosen of the Gods being used to chase down stuff is pretty good since they're a melee combatant. They don't have any ammo left. Just making sure these guys don't get another charge in is good use of their time. Seppi Stocks now focusing on Archaon without any support. I don't know if they're trying to shoot or what, but they need to figure out something to do it. Ushapti also plowing in. Archaon routes, and with that, army losses. The Tomb Kings take a dub. One. So for Be'lakor, Archaon got 2,200 value. Zinchcaster got 800. Halberds, mixed value, but overall good. Chaos Warriors, not a lot of value. Just grinding through Skellies. Hellstriders got murdered by something. Marauder Horsemen also got murdered by Fate of Buna and a bunch of Ushapti bullets. Say what you will about Rue, that man apparently hates Marauder Horsemen and kills them with startling efficiency. Marauders did okay. Chaos Warhounds struggled. On the other side, Ark in the Black was getting chased around all game. He struggled. Super Stalkers 2,400 value. Chosen of the Gods 1,200 value. Basic Ushapti 600. Kepragard 1,200. Ushapti 700, 600. Nakar Warriors did okay. Carrion did fine considering they're super cheap. They just disrupted a lot of stuff forever. And Skeletons did fine, so it was good. It was good. One. Ah. Big yawn. I wish I had been able to cast the Spring Championship today. That would have been fun. That would have been nice. Instead, they invited fucking nobodies like Loremaster of Sotek and Dav Plays. Who even are those guys? I bet they don't even have 20 subscribers. I bet I can't even find them if I search on YouTube. Oh shit. Oh shit, they're much bigger than me. Oh my god. I'm irrelevant. I'm irrelevant and stupid. Why is this happening to me? Later, Vertical Cliff. Onyx doing things, I like it. You always love it. 0-1-1. Some guy just commented on one of my videos saying positive things about vampire counts, so he's wrong. You're never allowed to like vampire counts. It's illegal. Neither of them have changed factions just yet, so I don't know what the matchup is. Everybody hold on. I started reading the Malice Darkblade books. I'm about 200 pages into the first omnibus. It's weird. It's strange. I don't have anything against it, because some of the stuff I'm going to say is going to sound negative, but I don't mean it to be. There's nothing special about this story with Malice, and yet for some reason I find myself constantly wanting to read it. Like, I've read a lot of generic fantasy in my time, and Malice's story is pretty generic fantasy. Like, it so far hasn't done anything different than a lot of fantasy books, which is, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. Like, I enjoy general fantasy books. It's just, there are books that pull you in and make you want to keep reading, and normally I can identify why that is. I can't do that with Malice's book. Like, I do want to read it all the time, and when I have to stop reading, I get annoyed. But it's weird because, like, I don't know. When I'm reading it, I'm not like, this is the best fucking thing I've ever read. But I can't stop reading it. So, it's good. I have no complaints. It's just also not... I have no complaints while also having no amazing praise. The protagonist is evil, but other than that, like, if it wasn't Dark Elves, I could tell you the generic plot, and it would be like a generic fantasy. Like, protagonist is down, his family hates him, so he's poor, and no one believes in him, but some ragtag group of randoms do, because they're also poor and down on their luck. Together with his ragtag group of randoms, they travel the world, getting involved in situations they have no business winning, and they either win by believing in themselves, or an unlikely ally arrives who used to be an enemy, but now they're a friend. Like, it's fine. It's standard. But something about it just keeps bringing me back, so I'm enjoying it. You must trust the only reliable answers. Cryptic symbolism in your dreams. What up, Will Francesco? All right, we have Dwarves versus Vampire Coast. Bold. They were too edgy for me. Yeah. Dark Elves are pretty edgy. Sounds like comfort food. Why is this man still clothed? It is hot as fuck. Did you say you were going to... Did you ever say what you were going to say before the Khorne Dwarf match? Something about you're looking forward to casting new players in live battles. Oh, Airbert. I did not say it. Yeah. So I hope streaming this kind of thing every so often, or streaming replays on the channel from, like, quick battles. And so not everything is Blood Penguin versus the Phoenix King. The meta. Because as you can see... And we were talking about a bit at the start of the stream, like, in a new player tournament, there are more new players than there are super high tier players. But if you only see the super high tier players on stream, I think it can lead to a negative feedback loop a bit, where you think everyone is super good and you're not, so you don't want to try. And if you don't try, then you won't become super good. And if we don't have new players coming into the community shrinks. And if the community shrinks, then viewership's low. And if viewership's low, we lose streamers. And it's this kind of negative feedback loop. So I really appreciate people who try to run new player events. And I'm not running this one. I'm casting this one. It's run by Cuden, one of my mods, and Cool Umbrella, just a good friend of the channel. They do a lot of new player stuff. And over on the Dom side, Platypus, RTK's Platypus does a bunch of new player stuff. And I think that kind of thing's important. Because the high level of gameplay is cool. It's really cool to watch the top at the top. It's really cool to watch the best of the best. It can get a little stagnant if the meta is stagnant, sure, but I just mean that, like, I also think there is room to cover the other stuff so that you give perspective on the range, right? Because there are people who have played forever that play more casually, So they don't make it on stream very often, but like everyone in the tournament community knows of these people because they've just been around, but you would never see them on stream because they're not the elite of the elite. Like Coops is a good example. Good guy. He's hardly ever on stream because he tends to fuck himself over with meme builds. You know, it's current year. He was in the chat. He's not usually on our stream because he fucks around too much. So, anyway, the main point was I like this type of event to try and encourage more people to just throw your hat in the ring and try it. Doesn't cost you anything. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But we gotta try and get more players. We gotta try and get more activity going with this Chaos Dwarf DLC. Preacher brother, new players needed. Thanks, Threat. Always supporting the channel. Charge helicopters directly into bats. Will Francesco, that's not what I was gonna say. Alright, Ruse Dwarves are ready. Be'lakor is working on it. They've stalled out on their build. They're doing some big thinking. What does Rue have behind the blocker so I can get ready to what I'm going to talk about? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, is Jason Bourne. This man's too dangerous to be kept alive. Okay. Captain Be'lakor of the Vampire Coast. I mean, Be'lakor would be a good captain. He'd just be spooky. All right. Somebody's been watching Saber's Regnum. We have Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric for the first time today. My God. We'll see if it works. I'm a little worried that this dwarf build is too thin. There's too many bodies. You still working on your board game? Which one, Zero? I have a board game that's out. It's out. It's released. We sold about 200 out of 2,000 copies so far, and I keep going to board game conventions to try and sell more. So that shit's dope. I was working on a second one, but I shelved it. Well, I have a bunch behind me that are betas, but there was one that was much closer to being live that I shelved because being independent and releasing board games is really fucking difficult. So then I looked at a company website because there's a way you can commission, well, not commission, it's not the right word. You can make a board game and then hand it to a company and say, I made this, you want to buy it? And then they'll buy it from you and then they'll sell it. It's not called commission, but it's something. Anyway, I looked at their site and see what kind of game they wanted. So then I started designing that. I'm working on it right now. The art for it's almost done. Then I can make a prototype and play it with Grace a bunch and look for any problems with it. It's the rough version is there are 7 different animals that you can play as. Each has slightly different stuff about them, but you build a forest every season you get a tile to place. Like, you draw a tile and it's like, oh, this one's a swamp or this one's a forest. The map gets slowly bigger as you build it with your friends, and like you place tiles in places that are advantageous for you, and you try to collect as much food as you can before the season ends, and you got to get back to your den, and then you make the forest bigger. You collect as much food as you can, get back to your thing. So it's like the food near your den will be collected, but the further out from the den it'll pile up more because it's harder to get out there, but then that can make it more worth it for a longer trip later. And if you don't make it back, there's various cards you have to draw of like weather effects, like, you know, got caught out in the rain and shit like that. So, and then at the end of the game you just total up how many food things you got, and like each of the animals has a food that they really want, where you get double points for that food, and food that they can't eat, so you get 0 points for that type of food. So yeah, I'm trying to do that. All right, that was a quick start, so I guess fuck it. We have 2 Gyrocopters brimstone guns, 4 miners with blasting charges. We have the Dragonback Slayers, 1 Quarreler, 2 bolt throwers, Gotrek Felix, and Thoric Ironbrow. On the other side, for the Vampire Coast, we have 2 Scurvy Dogs in the distance, triple Morngulls lurking in some trees, 5 Zombos, 3 Zombos with pistols, 1 Mortar, 1 Queen Bess, and Count Noctilus on foot with Pit of Shades, Invocation Heck, and Drowned Dead. Brutus, you love vampire counts? That is a super important comment, and I'm glad you said it, and I'm not at all mad at you. Get the fuck out of here. There's nothing that can kill it either. Oh, the Gotrek and Felix blob? Yeah. So these bolt throwers... Ooh, yep, the bolt throwers are going to shoot Queen Bess. And this is the problem bringing Queen Bess into Dwarves, is those bolts are going to hit the model itself and probably kill it rather quickly. Meanwhile, Queen Bess, though, is hitting the Dragonback Slayers, and they're going to be crucial for killing the Morngulls later in the game. And, oh no, the dogs are going to get on the bolt throwers. Did they kill Queen Bess in time? Looks like they're still working on it, as the first of the dogs is going to hit the bolt throwers and knock it offline. Dragonback Slayers are trying to rejoin the fight now. Quarrelers are taking a lot of damage. This Miner's Blast Churches continue to move up. Morngulls have been spotted. Queen Bess is still technically alive. The Dragonback Slayers are moving to try and defend the last bolt thrower. Can it knock Queen Bess offline? It did not. Oh, they're shooting at mortars. Are they? Yeah, they're shooting at mortars now. They're not even trying to kill Queen Bess. Oof. That might be a bad time. Carcassonne meets Root, kinda. I can dig it. Yeah. We're trying. We're going for something with more company appeal so that the company can take it over. Because the hardest part wasn't making a board game. It was selling the fucking thing. So, I'm hoping for the second one we get a company on board. I don't know. I can talk about the other one in the next build phase. The one that I shelved, but I do want to finish at some point. Alright, Gyrocopter's trying to move in. A Wraithstorm is really homing in on them, getting nice hits in. God damn. God damn, Joe Rogan. As Queen Bess continues to rain down some fire, the Scurvy Dogs are going to get finished off. This other one is going to crumble to death too, so this bolt thrower actually might weather the storm and continue firing at the mortars. They have already gotten down to 2 models out of their 4. If they can switch over to Queen Bess, I guess Queen Bess is actually running herself out of ammo, but whatever. Still, if you can switch over to Queen Bess, maybe you'll be okay. Maybe. Dragonback Slayer is even running out to intercept the Scurvy Dogs, who are still crumbling, so the longer that they wait, the more they will die. Morngulls did join the fight, and we got a weird screen tear, and now everything froze. That does not bode well. Alright, I am terrified. But Morngulls joined the fight, fighting the miners. Pistols are still shooting at these Gyrocopters. How do I feel about the state of the game? Scared for the Dwarves. Alright, my game crashed. Hopefully the players are still playing. Scared for the Dwarves. Because I don't know if they had what it takes to kill the Morngulls at that point. Alright, looks like we all crashed. Alright, I'm just messing with players. We'll just do rehosts. Same builds. Game was too early to call. Yeah, we got the target priority all wrong there. Well, they're getting a second shot at it because the game is too early to call. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was a good game. I'm not going to put the blocker back up because both players should be taking the same build, so there should be nothing to hide. Meanwhile, out there in Chaz still appear to be fighting. Either that or they just haven't reported a winner. So it's not like anybody's waiting on us just yet. Looked like VP had that, but it was still even. Yeah, it was definitely too early to just say this side won. I think VP was advantaged, but I don't think it was over by any means. Because I've been surprised by Gotrek and Felix and Thoric before. So, could be surprised again. The dogs were dead. The front line was getting mulched a bit by both sides, so it was just going to end up being the Morngulls versus Gottram and Frimbus. I was there that day, the day the strength of Dowie failed. Well, since we're waiting anyway. So, where the fucking thing? I'll make sure this build gets remade correctly and then call it. So we have the Dragonback Slayers, a Quarreler, 4 miners with blasting charges, 275 gold. Okay. Yeah, it looks like mostly the same build. Close. I think there's a Dwarf Warrior that wasn't there before, but otherwise it's the same. And he had some money left on the table, so it's whatever. Anyway, we're apparently loading in super fast, so I don't have a ton of time to talk about it, but the other game I was working on is I will answer that in a second. It was called Heroes of Torval, and I took it from the criticism about my other game where they were like, your first game shouldn't be a big game because it's hard to teach people how to play it and all that stuff. So I went for a game, and the objective is to be able to set it up, play it, start to finish, 30 minutes. And what I went with was, it's a co-op game. So there's 9 bosses in the box, and you fight the bosses as a team. And the players, you pick, you make characters based off the cards. Like, there'll be these blank cards because it kind of has a legacy setup to it. So it's like, you name what your character, like you write it on the card. They have a certain amount of health. They have powers that you draw out of a deck randomly. So each character will be slightly different on generation. You can pick archetypes like archer, mage, tank, those kind of things. But then there's different powers for those. And yeah, so it's permadeath. If your character dies, you're supposed to rip the card up and make a new person if you want to play again. If you beat a boss fight, you get items that you can add to your deck for that character. And then each deck for the character, like, you have generic shit, and then you have the special powers for that character. Like, you can draw a card that says, like, attack, or a card that says block. But then there's, like, if you're a knight, right, and you have a giant shield, it's like, super block. Cancel all damage that's coming at your party this round. Wow, that's crazy. That's so cool. And there's items you can add to your deck, so it gives you more actions and more things to do with your turns. But then the bosses also get harder, so yeah. I'm not explaining it super well, but it's a co-op boss fight game where the boss has an AI, quote unquote. So, like, he has set things he does without a player playing as the big boss. And it's meant to be like, so if you have 5 health and you leave the battle with 2 HP left, that 2 HP follows you, so you need to cross off 2 HP from your guy. Or you can get items that give you health back, right? But, yeah. I'm explaining this super terribly, but you get the gist. Anyway, Will. Bit-sized raid Happy Meals. The progression sounds really fun. Thanks. I explained it terribly, but I'm glad you like it anyway. Also, Will, I did describe that. Tomorrow's stream is going to be, since I know everybody's going to want to play with their fancy new toy, everybody else will be joining a lobby to fight me as Chaos Dwarves, and I will play every faction in the entire game before the stream ends versus Chaos Dwarves. So all of my opponents will be Chaos Dwarves, and I will be every faction in the entire game. Because I got early access for a bit. I got to play with Chaos Dwarves. It seems like a dick move to be like, on release of this new patch, I get to play with the cool units, and you all can fucking die. Have you played We Who Are About to Die? I have not. I have not. Y'all have seen the builds before. Dwarven Bolt Throwers moving up. Looks like one of them is a little ahead of the game on the other one. Meanwhile, Queen Bess and the Mortars are already firing. And the dogs are back at it again, trying to sneak in here on the Bolt Throwers, and they are going to get through the miners with blasting charges. Now, maybe these miners can just throw at the backs of the dogs and route them quickly. We will see. Dragonback Slayers hanging back. Miners with blasting charges do throw, but the dogs are just too fast, and the dogs already got onto the Bolt Throwers. There we go. Oh, Lord. That's a lot of blasting charges. And gyrocopters. Man, these gyrocopters hate those fucking Bolt Throwers. Meanwhile, the other dogs got onto the other Bolt Throwers. Without the Dragonback Slayers here to peel them off, it looks like the dogs are actually getting pretty good work done. That dog might get killed by the miners, but they're holding on their best. They're trying to kill him. Noctis runs out here with a summon. Gotram, Frimbus, and Thoric. Pretty far away from the formation. Looks like they're just running forward. Hard time routing scurvy dogs. Yeah, I meant like, you know, kill them. One Bolt Thrower crew is running away, though there's nothing really to change them down. They'll be back. This dog unit could loop up and through maybe and run them down. Who knows? Gotrek taking a little bit of poke from a Wraith Storm. Get some solid hits in on him, actually. Quarreler's firing at this summon, trying to bail out the Bolt Thrower crew, who is having a hard time really moving around. The Brimstone Guns are still firing at the Scurvy Dogs, but I think the coast is overall happy with this. They've done decent damage to the coastlines. They've really corrupted the ability of the coast to counterfire Queen Bess, so Queen Bess is going to get all of her ammunition off this game. And the Mortar's even feeling better about it. Yeah. The Dwarves continue to lumber forwards, but the coast is going to punish them for every step they take. Dun, 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 dun. Num, 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 num. Num, 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 num. Ooh. Scurvy dogs are kind of spooky looking. Did you guys know that undead dogs might be a little scary? Speaking of undead, does anybody have Resident Evil 4? And is it worth getting? Oh, gyrocopters are trying to do stuff and not having a good time of it. Anyways, Resident Evil 4 good? I grew up with that game and I don't want it to be bad, so I don't want to buy it and then it sucks. Gyrocopters dive into melee on Queen Bess a little bit and the mortars, but there's just too many pistols really firing up at them, getting just tiny, tiny poke damage over and over again. Dwarves are actually even on the damage value with the undead, but it doesn't feel like that's true. Quarrelers actually shatter. And the dogs probably need to refocus onto this bolt thrower and just kill the 7 dudes that are somewhere. I don't know where those dwarves are. Oh, they're actually near the edge of the map. They might just route off entirely. Okay. Yeah. So the scurvy dogs are all dead. This bolt thrower crew is actually getting back online, so the dwarves have a bit more DPS capabilities. Gyrocopters routed off by all the pistols. Goddamn. And it's brutal. We even get an Invocation of Heck? No, it's a Wraith Storm onto the gyrocopters. That probably wasn't necessary from how much damage the pistols are doing, but alright. If you just really want to fuck them up, seems fine. So the dwarves have reformed their lines after getting rid of all the dogs, and they now have a bolt thrower again. The coast have reformed their lines after running around in circles trying to dodge gyrocopters, and they're going to fire, but I feel like this just benefits the coast. Because the Queen Bess and a mortar will outshoot one bolt thrower. For show. Why are you screaming out here, those cannons roar? The cannons are killing you, my little friend. And I do mean little. You are a dwarf. Oh, hey, miners got here. Go, miners, go. Go, miners, go. Zombies actually have very comparable melee stats to you, which is sad. Oh yeah, there's still 4 Morngulls. I forgot that that existed. Ooh, that might be tough. Where are the Dragonbacks? They're still back here. Just avoiding Queen Bess. Bolt thrower should probably shoot the Morngulls as much as possible. Maybe. It'll be hard to, like, kill Queen Bess this late in the game. Never mind! Queen Bess is dead. Alright, that is what we wanted out of game 1. So. Nice. Queen Bess is useless now. Because her model's dead. What a based unit. Yeah. Morgulls aren't exactly good, so just let them be stocked. Anyway, pistol shooting at the gyrocopter that still hasn't died. I feel like this thing's routed 700 times. This might be its last shot. It routes. Doesn't actually shatter, but it still did shot by pistols the whole way, so we will see. Gotrek and Felix are running straight forward. Maybe they're going to just take out the mortars. Maybe they'll go fight Count Noctilus. I don't know. I just work here. Minus blasting charge is going to throw at the deckhands mob. Do a bunch of damage. Not all the damage, but a bunch of it. And yeah. Dwarves being dwarves. Flight of the Valkyrie. Sure, if the Valkyries died at the end. Ah, the late game. Fucking dwarves. I love this little formation. One mortar model is down. 3 still firing. And Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric are on the hunt for themselves a Noctilus. Do they even have the slow? Nope, they just have Rune of Wrath and Ruin. So they're fine with that. Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Overcast, nukes down those gunnery mobs. Okay, alright. That's fine. And the Dragonback Slayers have almost joined the fight with the Morngulls. They are going to love this. If they can just buzzsaw through the last of this deckhand mobs, they leave themselves with just the Morngulls. They will murder those kids. Bolt throwers continuing to fire. With their limited time left on this earth, they have taken us down to 2 mortar models. But now, beset on all sides by zombies. And earlier they were softened up by the dogs already. There's really not a lot of models left. Morngulls killing some minus blasting charges. The Hero Hammer goes to work, churning through chaff and summons. Dragback Slayers have already half-healthed the Morgul. I did say the first time around that this unit would be crucial in killing off the Morgulls. And this time, when they didn't get bombed to death by Queen Bess, they did do a lot better. Yahar. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. Yahar. Dragback Slayers mulching through the Morngulls, just absolutely bodying them. And the second zombie mob needs to get out of the way, and even more damage will come through, because occasionally the Slayers are attacking those zombies, which is bad. Now the Slayers are taking good damage. They'll probably kill both these Morngulls, but then be almost dead. And that leaves the other 2 Morngulls to Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric, who have found Count Noctilus, and are beating his ass. Absolutely murdering him. Just death and destruction for poor Noctilus. He needs to get the fuck out of here. He's not going to have a good time versus Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric. Especially Felix. Felix actually has pretty insane bonus for infantry, if I remember correctly. 20. So that gives him a melee attack of 70 versus poor old Nocti. Morgulls running away from the Dragonback Slayers. Looks like the Dragonbacks are content to let them go. They are going to fight with these Morgulls who are almost dead. Noctilus is actually getting run down. Gotrek has the same speed as him. Why is Gotrek faster than Felix? That's weird. It's very strange. The other 2 Morgulls do need to rejoin the fight. It looks like they're chasing off a miner, but it looks like the mortars can do that without them. Pistol mob still threatening Thoric a little bit. Thoric is the one who's the most scared of pistol mobs, just because he's taller, a little easier to hit. Still not easy, though. Yeah, it's a good amount of poke. Noctilus is just running away. Morgulls are trying to rejoin the fight. Other Morgulls are sitting off the side. They do have regen, but only when in melee, so these guys aren't actually just sitting and regenning or anything. Don't worry about that. Dragonback Slayers are living their worst nightmare. They hate fighting chaff. 0 armor. Even with their high melee defense stats, it's still like any damage versus chaff is just not worth it for a 1200 gold infantry unit. Gotrek and Felix still chasing down Noctilus, getting good little pokes on his bum. On his bum. Invocation the heck heals him up, but Thoric and Gotrek chunk him down. Thoric with his passive, Gotrek with his axe. And the Morgulls are here. Pounce on to good old Thoric. But he is going to receive Helping Hand healing from Felix now that they're together fighting in melee combat. And Gotrek will make pretty short work of the Morgulls. Meanwhile, Dragonback Slayers continue to fight. Looks like they may have attack orders onto the Morgulls with the last of their models, but it's not really going to be enough to kill anything significant. The Dwarves are mostly down to the Hero Hammer. Yeah, there's nothing left. It's just the Hero Hammer. Helping Hand giving him 110 melee attack. Good lord. So the mortars are about out of things to shoot at. I guess they could fire at those miners that are coming in. Queen Bess is dead and nothing to shoot at. We have some pistol mobs that are running low on ammunition, which is not something I'm used to seeing. We have 2 summons left that should probably both be pistol overcasts, I would guess. I still wonder if they even have the DPS to kill the blob. Strap yourselves in, boy. This is about to get good. Is it? Is it about to get good? Oh, wow. That was actually really good damage to the pistol mobs onto Gotrek. Okay. Okay. Up, they're running. They're doing their best to run while the Morgulls come in. And Thoric and Felix just turn to fight the Morgulls. That's probably the best thing to do. Rather than just take rear attacks. Every time Gotrek swings, he actually might just straight up kill a model. He swung again. Yep, he killed another one. Hero Hammer is such a fun interactive gameplay. It is not. It is generally not. Hero Hammer is dumb. But that's what you get for giving a Lord AoE better than Perfect Vigor and infinite casts of essentially the Dragon Horn, and anybody who casts a spell near them takes damage. And he gives everyone around him armor and flame resist. And he's bullshit. And I hate Thoric. One Morgul is almost dead. Noctilus is continuing to fight Thoric along with a bunch of Morgul friends. But his heal cap has been hit. Felix is getting beset by pistols. This pistol's trying to shoot Gotrek, but he's surrounded by Morgul, so can't quite see him. I think, unfortunately for everybody, Hero Hammer is going to win. I hate to tell you that, but I just don't see what can kill them here. I don't know what to tell you. Gotrek's still getting poked out by pistols. It's just not going to be enough. We do have our finalist ready, by the way. So after this game, whoever wins, we'll just hop right into that lobby. Get the last best of 3 going, get everybody on towards bed. Thoric is continuing to fight. He's taking some damage, but Felix is occasionally giving him 40% damage resistance, and he's getting healed up this whole time, so it's really not landing that well. And he has 50 melee defense, and he has 135 armor. If you notice there were a lot of ands in there, that's kind of the point. We have another pistol summon. They are out. They are attempting to shoot. There are currently Morgulls in their way. And Noctilus is actually doing pretty good work onto Thoric. Now the Morgulls are starting to move. Pistols, thankfully for them, they're undead summons, so they last forever. Otherwise, that would have been awkward how much time they wasted. Now Noctilus is beset on all sides by foes. Pistols are still trying to shoot. They're really not getting much out. I almost wish that they would just shoot Thoric at this point, and now they start to, just because he's tall and they can actually see him. You can just see that they're getting more shots off now that they're shooting at Thoric. One of the Mourngulls finishes crumbling away. Thor continues to chase Noctilus, but he does get peppered the whole time. I don't know why the pistol mob's aiming so high, but they are. As long as you have the pistol summon out, I would keep the Mourngulls back so you can just shoot at Thoric for free. But now that the Mourngulls are in the way, these guys are going to say they're obstructed. Yeah, dumb bastards. Another pistol summon, the last one from Noctilus. This pistol summon has 14 seconds left, and the Mourngulls are going to back off. Just let the pistol shoot at the Hero Hammer. Overcasted Rune? Yeah, that was overcast to do that much damage. Overcasted Rune on a summon, but really just wants to stop some of the DPS coming out from those guys. One of the summons fades away. The non-summon only has 2 shots left. The last summon of Kiara is firing away at Thoric, doing a lot of damage. His healing cap's within sight. Gotrek's healing cap's also within sight. Felix's, I don't know where it is. No idea. This fucking mortar just walked past the whole fight to go shoot at some miners in the distance. There's 0 with Felix healing them. Grant, could they have this fun gameplay next patch? I will say Miao Ying might suck now. Just saying. Because on her foot form, she gets bodied by a lot of things because of the foot character fixes. So I don't know if the Gotrek and Felix Bob is going to be that good on the next patch. Yeah. I don't know. They're a lot easier to hit with the foot changes. We'll see. They could still be strong, but I wouldn't be shocked if they were out of the meta. This summon is continuing to fire. These guys use the last of their ammo on Thoric. Thoric's getting really low, but I don't know if it's going to be truly enough. Yeah, Noctilus has no more summons. Dwarves are up on the damage. Wait, on the bounce power. They're not up on the... Ooh, they are up on the damage value too. Yeah, they're up on both metrics, which is bad. On the coast, really just have 2 Mourngulls that are close to death. Noctilus at half HP and stuck there, and then some chaff that's all but dead. Noctilus gets stuck fighting Gotrek. He really wants to be fighting Thoric, if anything. He does take a big chunk for his troubles. Mourngulls move back in. But yeah, Helping Hand gives this guy 40% damage resistance on top of all of his other resistances right now. It is gone at last. Noctilus is currently beating his ass, but Gotrek comes up for a behind-the-back shot. While Noctilus is putting in good work, I think that is going to be the end of him. The Mourngull non-hero types, they do so little damage to single entities, it's actually insane. Wait, where is the Queen Best crew? Okay, they are here. I was curious if this was just a flag. Yeah, Queen Best crew's here. They're drooling on themselves. Big Rune of Wrath and Ruin. It did overcast hurt him, though. That's a little something, as it clears out 2 zombies. Noctilus is trying to retreat for a bit of a cycle charge, takes a shot in the butt while he tries to leave. And then he gets stuck. Mourngulls charge back in. Thoric's almost heal capped and low. Gotrek is pretty much heal capped. Felix, I don't know where the fuck he is. He's still healing up. Knock running away. Balance power is almost an army losses territory, and that is the end of it as the dwarves grind through. That was fun, yeah. The Dwarven Hero Blob is everybody's favorite. It's everybody's favorite. 4,300 on Thoric, 2,300 on Gotrek, 600 on Felix, 1,500 on the Dragback Slayers. Both helicopters got shut down. Everything else in the Dwarven army got shut down. Yeah. Gotrek and Felix are so strong. These are facts. In Hero Hammer we trust. Alright. Let's get on to the finals, eh? Chaz and Onyx, you're up. Finals time. Whoop. I saw a full 1v1 lobby and I thought maybe it was Onyx's lobby. I mean, yeah, it is Onyx's lobby. Okay, we can just invite Chaz. Chaz trying to invite us to a lobby. We already have a lobby. Fucking rude, bro. He said jokingly. Finals time. So we will have Chaz. Well, he has a different Steam name. So I'll just do whatever his Steam name is when he joins, because I think he had something about sheep. And I need to open a window before I die. Sorry. We're having issues with that lobby. I don't want to play a survival battle. What are you, on drugs? Alright, so I'll host a lobby then, because Chaz was having issues joining this one. And we need the maps. Da Stomping Grounds. Okay. Da Stomping Grounds. Map set. Ultra. Unit caps is off. Good, good, good. Perfect. Dwarves basically won with a 2,000 gold handicap since 2 gyros and 1 bolt thrower were completely ineffectual. That's how abusive Godric Felix is. Okay. Lamb Sauce King is Chaz. And Rue is Onyx. Because everybody has different names for everything, I guess. Can't wait till Cathay gets it. Again, we will see if that is actually any good. But from my experiments on the new patch, foot lords and foot characters in general have a pretty hard time staying alive. We'll see, though. Alright, I'm gonna open a window, because it's hot as hell. This here's a moo. Oh, now you're upset the door's closed. The door. You came in here. You opted into this. Alright, both players are building builds, so yeah, we officially have Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. Okay. It's actually our first Dark Elf of the night. I don't mind it. I don't mind Dark Elves in moderation. I just hate seeing them every single game. It's not bad. It's actually our first Lizardmen of the night, too. Weird. You know what? I'm gonna go standing mode. That might help air things out a bit. Just my little face. There we go. Lamb Sauce King, what a name. It's a pretty good name. Sorry, I'm looking for something right now. Okay. Alright, sorry. I had a message with my admins. We're trying to get some stuff set up for the bot update tomorrow. We're trying to add games played and wins on the Vermin League ladder because some people, strat game, but also just people in general want to see like lifetime wins and lifetime games played, you know? So even if you're not like the top of the ELO ladder, if the guy at the top of the ELO ladder has played 21 games and he won 20 of them, but you've played 400 games and you won like 250 of them, at least you still have something to be proud of. We are off. Alright, loud as fuck. Dude, somebody has been watching Cal Harmon. Look at this Cal Harmon ass Chaz build. Look at it. Look at this build. The double stegodons. Somebody's been watching the Hummus Boy streams. Somebody hit copy paste on good old Terrence and Phillip. I have no idea how it's going to work here, but we'll see. Because also Bjorn also fucked my shit up with the Stegodon pretty good, like months ago. But it was my Cathay versus Lizardman. He, in like 2 shots of a Stegodon, he took about a third HP off my ROR Longma Riders, which is insane. Wait, is that a boat? Why do the Greenskins have a boat down here? I guess there is water. Holy shit. It's the floating lands. Okay. Waiting on the load. Waiting on the load. Still waiting on the load. Who messaged me? Strat, are you still out there? If you are, you legally have to tell me. They went to so much trouble adding in details no one can see without debug cam. Bless the devs. Yeah. Alright. Dark Elves versus Lizardmen. Frontliner Black Arc Corsairs mixed with some Dread Spears, mixed with some Bleak Swords. We have double Black Arc Corsair Handbows and a Black Guard of Nagarond in the back. Malekith up on his dragon with Soul Stealer, Power of Darkness, Gaze of Malice, Stand Your Ground. His breath attack. The Furies ROR, Crows of Cain, 2 Cold Wind Knights, and that is it. On the other side for the Lizards, looks like 5 Skink Cohorts with Javelins, 2 basic Stagadons. Feral Cold Ones, but how many? It looks like 4, but are all these Feral Cold Ones or are they Cold Wind Riders? Okay, it looks like 4 Feral Cold Ones, and they are all Feral. Yes, perfect. 3 Red Crested Skinks. The Saurus Spears ROR, actually 4 Red Crested Skinks in the Saurus Spear ROR. Then we have a Life Salon with Earthblood and Flesh to Stone. Plus a Skink Chief on foot, because I don't know, reasons. Neat. Okay, how do I feel? I think the Lizards are actually going to take this. I think Lizards are going to take it. I'm concerned about the Dark Elves' fate. Go, Lizzies, go. Lizzie Inferno. Does he pew? I want to see a pew. Oh, that was like a 4-fer. What the fuck? How many did that hit? That killed 4 models. Jesus H fuck. What the... Sorry. That is too much swearing. There is such a thing as too much swearing, and that was too much. But he killed 4 models with 1 shot. That was messed up. That was messed up. Those guys are having a terrible time. Lamb Sauce is up about 1k damage value while the Dark Elves are just trying to get in range. Black Corsair Handbows are walking up now. And they're going to start poking a little bit. Malekith even landing in some Skink Cohorts with Javelins just to get some melee damage on them. There's not a lot around here that can really punish him. I guess Stegodons are going to focus on him. This is the big thing. Do Stegodons do a lot of damage to single entities? Or is it mostly just multi-entity stuff? And it'll be extra hard to hit a Dragon Lord because they move so much. It might be tough. Gaze Mouse is going to wipe out the Skink unit. Oh! Half HP. And in the distance, Cold Wind Knights are doing their best to fight back Red Crested Skinks and Feral Cold Ones. That's a bad fight for them. They don't want to be fighting infantry at all. They're doing their best, but they will probably die, especially with healing support from the Salon coming in. Now, the Dark Elves are slamming through the front line pretty easily, but the rest of this front line is unfortunately delayed from Onyx, so he does need to move up faster with all of his units at once, whereas just a couple right now are engaged, and the couple that are engaged are doing well, but like there's just not enough of them in the fight right now. Stagadons are still free and clear firing. It looks like they are really poking down Malekith over time. That is kind of a, like, I know the patch has been stale, and for sure we need more balance patches, for sure. But there are little gems like this that, like, Cal Harmon just discovers in a back room and shows on stream, and then someone else picks it up, and it's like, huh, basic Stegodons are actually pretty good. Okay. So, that is, I guess, like a cautionary tale. There's always stuff to be discovered, but yeah, for sure we want more patches more quickly. Anyway, Black Guard of Nagaron and everything else trying to move up, trying to get some stuff done. Feral Cold Ones are attacking Black Arc Corsair Handbows, but with other Handbow support plus Black Arc Corsair Handbows are decent in melee combat, they're just going to defend themselves and they'll be fine. Malekith's doing great, and all that window being open, getting a nice breeze. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, kitty cat. I bumped my chair and I forgot the cat stole it. Anyway, Bleak Swords getting close to routing from fighting Saurus and Red Crested Skinks, getting routed on all sides. Some other Bleak Swords are here to take the pressure off. Malekith has taken a lot of damage. He's now going for a big breath attack down the line on these Red Crested Skinks. Absolutely deletes the unit, so good stuff from him. Meanwhile, on the far side, Cold Wind Knights, one of them is routed off, as we talked about. The other one is still fighting as best they can. But there's just too many foes, and they are pushed away once more. Damage value is about 2-to-1 in favor of the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen roster is the one with the life slots. They have even more healing if they need it. Big Soul Stealer is going to hit like 4 units though. That'll be nice, while the Stegodons continue to just poke Malekith down and make his life miserable. Blackguard are going to kill infinite skinks, but a banishment in their midst will be no fun at all for the little Druchii. Ouch. Ouch. Banishment even comes back in for a second slurping before it fucks off to the wilderness, but that's half health off that unit. Black Inquisitor Hambos, looks like they were chasing Feral Cold Ones a little too far outside the formation. They will need to come back. Malekith's doing his best to carry this game, but those Stegodons are just having none of it. Only 900 value for one, 900 for the other one. Huh. I guess they only cost like 1400, so after that they're still a Stegodon. They'll still run around and do good work. Blood Statue Despite on the Malekith. Don't think it's that great of a spell to use on him. I think it's better versus a lot of models, right? Right? Yeah. So maybe that wasn't the best, but he's been sitting in the Legion of Chakwa and the Red Crested Skinks, so he's taking a lot of damage. He is getting pushed out now. Back in the sky. He can heal himself up. I just don't think the Dark Elves have the teeth left to win this game. Because Malekith's almost dead. He probably has 2 more Soul Stealers in him, so he can probably get close to his healing cap. Another good breath attack. Excuse me. That's nice. But you still have 2 full health Stegodons who haven't even received that much healing. That'll be a lot to deal with in the late game. You still have Saurus and Red Crested Skinks to chew through, though Malekith is currently trying to with the Soul Stealer. I don't know. The Blackguard are scary, but they're not that scary. The Long Dark, what's the Long Dark? The Rise of the Chaos Dwarves. Spirit of the Gorg, you're the second person to say that, and I'm starting to think that I just thought of a cool title for a stream, and now everybody's worried about me, so I guess I just have to quit YouTube now to make it official. Ooh, rear charge from Stegodon? How much damage? Some. That was a tasty banishment. Hi, dog. How are you, by the way? I know I said hi to you earlier, but still, hi. The Dark Elves are actually doing better than I thought they would at this point. Another Blood Statue Despite just poking down. The Blackguard and Red Crested Skinks are dueling with them. These little bastards have Aquatic. So they're loving their life in the swamp right now, while the Blackguard are actually taking a debuff from it. A bit of a crashy crash. If we crash out at this point, yeah. If we crash out at this point, I am going to give the game to Lizardmen. That felt pretty over to me at that point. If Dark Elves could use Go Trigger Felix. Yeah. I am going to have to give that one to Lamb Sauce King. 2 full health Stegodons and the Salon. Malekith was still really fucked up. He was probably running low-ish on Winds of Magic at that point. And then both armies were equal besides that. And it's like, okay, well, can it almost did Malekith kill 2 full health Stegodons and a Salon of Life that can heal them up? I don't think it's true. Alright, it's Onyx crashed out. It said host left game for him, but I'm clearly sitting here. So we'll see. But I am going to give that game to the Lizardmen. It felt pretty over, as long as Chaz didn't just take his hands off the keyboard or something, but it felt like he could complete it. And we have had a couple drops tonight, so I do have to get going to bed eventually. It's 11:15 here. All right, Onyx said that's fine, so he didn't take issue with the ruling. Yep. don't want to be a dick, just being honest, where it's like the Vampire Coast versus Dwarf game, that one just started and then they crashed. Like, there was no obvious winner. The Coast was up slightly at that point, but it wasn't enough to call it. But, like, in this case, I think the Lizardmen were up significantly enough that they would have won that game 99 times out of 10. And that felt fine just calling that one there. And it seems like both players are okay with it, so no issue. All right, next map is the Sword of Torgold. All right, no more crashes. Game, hang in there. We're almost done. We need 1 to 2 more games out of you. Will, is your life still super busy, or will you be rejoining us with the Chaos Dwarves? My good friend, Will Francesco. Also, you're getting a zoom in of me for a moment, because this little bitch. Yeah, we're talking about you. You took my chair. What a little biscuit. Alright, Chaz has switched to the Empire. What will Onyx/Rue respond with? Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings Empire. Decent matchup. There's a lot of ways to play it, actually, for both sides. Empire, I used to be a big fan of cannons in Game 2, and then in Game 3 they aren't feeling so hot, so now I'm more of a fan of Huntsmen, honestly. Huntsmen are real good. I wonder if Cetra's any good on the new patch. I didn't test his Chariot of the Gods. Ooh, I didn't test his Chariot of the Gods. I actually really wonder if Cetra's going to be meta. That could be fun. I know his Kitty Cat's going to be better. I don't know if it's worth it, but I know it's going to be better. Because I tested the Cambrian Morsphinx, and it did a pretty good amount of damage on the charge. What was I looking for here? What up, Squirt? How you doing? We're in finals right now. We've had some pretty wild games. We had our first Dark Elf game of the night last game, and they lost. New player tournaments, I think somebody mentioned earlier, but new player tournaments do have a pretty diverse set of factions, because when you're a newer player, you generally stick to the factions that you like and that you know. So having a limited faction pool you're comfortable with does force some different matchups, just because you probably... the factions you're comfortable with as a new player probably aren't Dark Elves, High Elves, and Vampire counts, and therefore you do need to switch up what the meta is. Onyx Rue is ready. Lamb Sauce had a build, then they scrapped it, then they remade almost the exact same build. Except for one key element. Well, 2. Alright. I liked their first build better, but you all might like the second build. Originally, it was Boris Todbringer and a Firecaster. Now it is Franz and a Lifecaster. Oh boy. My immediate thought with this Empire build is, where's the damage? 2 Huntsmen is okay, but I feel like you need more. You have Empire Knights as blockers, and you have a bunch of state troops. So, like, this game's got to be carried by Franz pretty hard. So I'm a little scared about that. The Tomb King's build is solid. I have no issues with it. It's good. I worry the Empire's going to run out of damage. The Pimp Wagon of the Gods is one of the best mounts in the game. I will say, this is dangerous to say while Scroot's around, but I am so happy Volkmar sucks. I hate that guy. I think Volkmar is terrible. And I'm glad he's finally out of the meta. Hashtag unapologetic Toddbringer stan. I love Boris. I love Boris. I also like Gelt. I bring a lot of Gelt these days. But I was just not a Volkmar gamer. I didn't enjoy watching him. I didn't enjoy playing him. Which is fine. Do I think he needs buffs? Yeah. Do I hope he gets those buffs? No. But he needs them. Like, I'm not going to pretend he shouldn't be buffed. It's just I'm happy to not see him. Alrighty. The Empire's setting up, but their build's pretty straightforward, so I can still just talk about it. 5 Empire Spears, 3 Halberdiers, Strone's Revenge, Free Company Militia, 2 Huntsmen, Karl Franz up on Deathclaw with Galmaraz and the Reichling Runefang plus Standard Ground. We have a Life Caster with Dwellers Below and Earthblood. 4 Empire Knights total, and that's the whole build. Gelt is German for money. It's true. Haben Sie das Geld? Brauchen Sie das Geld? Möchten Sie meine Geld? Dann Sie können nicht meine Geld haben. I just said, then you can't have any of my money. Sterlings and Huntsmen are gonna have to carry here. Yeah, I don't know if they have it in them to carry against the whole army. Anyway, Sparkle Stalkers, ROR, the Eyes of the Desert. We have the Chosen Gods, Ushapti Great Bows, ROR, another Ushapti Great Bow as well. Basic Ushapti, 2 Nehekara Horsemen, 2 Skeleton Horsemen. There they are. They are off in the trees. We have a front line of Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen. The Kepler Guard is in the back. Arkin the Black is here. Faded Buna and Spirit Leech. And then we have 2 Carrion as well. It's very nice. Very diverse build from the Tomb Kings. Kind of ready for anything. And they'll do well. Mention confirmed, yeah. Jawohl. Ich habe ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen. Nur ein bisschen. My biggest problem is vocabulary. Like, just not like, oh, what is Empire Knight? You know? So just not knowing what certain words are is a problem. You can kind of get around it with, like, common things. Like, if you didn't know water closet, you could just say, like, toiletta, and you're fine. Wo ist das Toiletta? Okay, Chosen of the Gods and other Ushapti trying to punish these Empire Knights. We're getting a little ahead of themselves. Too big for their britches, even. The Chosen of the Gods actually going to take pot shots at Franz. They're not very good at killing single entities that aren't gigantic. Like, if you're a Hellpit Abomination, sure, the spread shot will all hit you and take you down. But Franz should be fine, though he is getting his ass kicked by Carrion right now, which is weird. He ends up just landing, but now the Sparkle Stalkers are actually going to tee off on him, and god damn, Franz is down to, like, almost half HP-ish. Meanwhile, Empire Knights stalled out on the side, and they are going to get countercharged by Nehekara Horsemen and shot by Ushapti, but the Ushapti will get shot by Huntsmen in return. Carrion chased Franz a little too far, now they're getting shot by Huntsmen and surrounded by spears. That will be a bad time for them. While the Chosen of the Gods still try to shoot at Franz, they should really refocus onto the Sterling's Revenge, probably is the best target. But Franz just isn't going to take a lot of damage from them because of the spread. Good start for the Tomb Kings, though. They're really loving it. 2,000 damage value to barely any. Goddamn. Empire Knights get a nice surround on Nehekara Horsemen. Joke's on you. They're just a chaff piece anyway. and you're getting shot in the butt by Ushabti. Kepler Guard and melee Ushabti do have to get involved somewhere. Franz has taken so much damage from Spirit Leech and the Chosen of the Gods poke and the Sparkle Stalkers earlier. He's already getting pushed off. Das Mensch Cavalier. Alright, I believe you. Strat, this stream's still going on? Hell yeah. Also, Strat, I was trying to talk to you earlier, but you weren't even here. The mods confirmed that we have the win-loss tracking and games played tracking should be working. And we're going to implement it with Season 4. Should be is the key word. I mean, we could launch it and it could be broken, but I think your request has been granted at last. I know you've been pushing for that for a while. Alright, nice Empire Knight flank. It was a little delayed. We didn't see them coming because they were behind where I was casting from. But they do roll in here. They catch the Chosen of the Gods. They catch these Nehekara Horsemen. They are going to push through rather quickly. Meanwhile, Spearmen are trying to just get through the front line and harass the other Ushabti. Doesn't look like that one's working as well, but they are putting on pressure, which is good to see from the Empire player, as he wants to get back in this game. Skeleton Horsemen running out to fight Sterling's Revenge. This is Sterling's Revenge. They're Free Company Militia, so they're a hybrid ranged unit. 36-32 for melee stats. They will easily beat the shit out of these Skeleton Horsemen, but a distraction is a distraction. The Empire front line is continuing to grind, but overall I feel really good about where the Tomb Kings are sitting in this game, and I'm sure the Tomb Kings do as well. Carrion's still trying to hold back these Empire Knights while the Ushabti do their work, but some of them have slipped past and are now harassing those poor bowmen who can fire at point-blank range. Alright, that was cool. That was cool looking. I liked that. Those are actually really cool animations on those Ushabti. Jesus. Anyway. Some of the ranged assets are getting compromised, so that is cool, but Sparkle Stalker's ROR is super close to Franz, who has popped all of his buffs, 80-62 for melee stats right now, and he is just bumping and grinding, but the Ushabti summon comes out and should be able to help with any issues. I hope Arkan is still spamming Spirit Leeches on the boy Franz. We need to finish him off. This could be a wild comeback. What is that? A Fate of Buna on a random Halberdier. Probably not worth Ruins of Magic. You probably wanted like 3 more Spirit Leeches onto Franz, but alright. Alright then, if that's how you feel. Sparkle Stalker's just trying to kill the Sterling's Revenge. Sterling's Revenge still fighting back, and Franz is even going to dive in and give him some more support while Huntsmen continue to fire in. I think this might actually be a comeback from the Empire here. Franz was not quite finished off despite a valiant effort to do so. And the Cav flank eventually came in and just straight up wrecked the Chosen of the Gods from full HP to dead, which is a problem. Also a bit of overcommitment from these Sparkle Stalkers onto killing Sterling's Revenge, which is not that big of a deal unit to kill. Because they have better melee stats than your fucking Sparkle Stalkers. Franz is getting beat up by some Ushabti. If there is another Spirit Leech from Arkan, that would be a really good time. Just whittle him down, but another Earthblood's going to heal him right back up. Bounce power tips in favor of the Tomb Kings yet again. They're still ahead 1,500 on the damage value, but I am a little less bullish than the bounce power is. There's a good Spirit Leech onto Franz, who is now also fighting Ushabti. If they just turn and fight him for a bit, they'll get some poke damage out instead of just, taking the damage for free. Seppi Stocks did rally, so they're no longer crumbling, just chasing Sterling's Revenge off into the distance. Franz has been danger low like this entire game, but he is hanging in there, and Arkan's getting chased around. Arkan has to be careful. Franz comes in, hits him with the 1 punch. Where's the 2 punch? Hits him with the 2 punch. Actually, that was a miss, but he tried his best. Swings the 3rd punch, but it's not even close. Another Earthblood onto him and these Empire Knights. And Arkan is now in Halberdiers and Empire Knights. Doesn't have anywhere to go, but ooh, these Ushabti were saved. They have tons of ammunition. Half HP, so they are just fine. Looks like they are firing onto Franz, trying to snipe him out, and snipe him out they shall, especially if there's another Spirit Leech for him. There it is. And that might be the death of Franz. Still have the Kepler Guard full HP. If you saw Rue/Onyx's win in the semifinals versus Kiara, you will know that a full health Kepler Guard is kind of a big deal in the long scheme of things. And Franz shattered? Oh, he routed multiple times. I was like, there's no way his leadership got enough. Anyway, Franz routed too many times. He did shatter. He is running off the field. But Arkan the Black is also doomed, as he is surrounded by Halberdiers, getting killed, and the Kepler Guard do need to engage in this fight. They do need to actually get attack orders to come over here and help. Meanwhile, Empire Knights and Huntsmen are poking the last of the Chosen of the Gods, I call all Ushabti Chosen of the Gods, but it's the Ushabti. Bounce power is about dead even, which is a pretty huge development considering you just lost Franz. Huntsmen are rallying in the distance. We do have the Sparklestalker ROR behind my camera. They are trying to come back. And we do have the Spirit Leech hitting the Jade Wizard, who's actually quite damaged considering how many Earthbloods have been spammed onto him. So he's clearly been taking some aggro in this fight. The Kepler did it last joint, and there's a Skeleton Summon. So this means Arkin, you can look around him right now. He's not nearly as inundated with opponents, so he's not taking as much damage anymore, which is nice. He does need to eventually opt out of this fight. The Jade Wizard routes, which I find a little random. We in the big leagues, boys. Yeah. Alright, Cav's getting routed off. The Empire is starting to lose hope on the balance of power bar. Halberdier's also going to route, and it's just like a mass route out of left field. Now on the south side of the fight, the Empire has finished off all of the undead that are down here. Sparklestalkers are still stalking around. Actually, the Empire did see them for a second, so they know they're over there. This summon will fade. This Ushapti is fine, though. Life Wizard's back, but what can he really do? I mean, he has Dwellers Below. Ooh, he has Dwellers Below. I mean, he's been spamming on Earthbloods like nobody's tomorrow, but if he can throw Dwellers Below onto the Kepler card, that maybe could keep the balance of power from army lossing the poor lads. Ushapti Great Bows keep routing the Empire Infantry who have seen better days. Huntsman trying to opt into the fight. And the Jade Wizard even routes again. And this one might be army losses if too much important stuff's routing all at the same time. Ooh, and there's Carrion in the distance. That can come back and chase stuff. Yeah, that's GG. We're going to game 3. Jesus H. Christ. I'm surprised they held on that long, getting shot in the face by gigantic bone shafts. Balance power rallies a bit as the Jade Wizard comes home once more, but his leadership's just too low. If he even takes like one Spirit Leech or a Chosen Shot, he's just going to rout again. But instead he charges like a hero, and he takes the Spirit Leech I mentioned, but he throws out an Earthblood on his way, then he's going to rout. No, he's not. He's going to fight Arkin straight up man-to-man, take him down. Chosen the Gods firing in, his leadership just gets too low, and army losses hits, taking us to game 3. Alrighty, 500 damage value for Franz. Can we talk about the bone shafts? Need more analysis. Empire Knights mixed value, but they were pretty crucial in this game. Huntsmen did well overall. Halberdiers, again, proving their value. Halberdiers are really coming into their form in this tournament. But the Tomb Kings, the winners, the victors, Arkin got 2,300 value. Pro Stalkers about 1,000. Chosen the Gods 2,500. Regular Shopti 1,200. Kepler not that much, but they just had to kill Chaff for a long time. Cav for the Tomb Kings is not doing great on value, as per usual, unfortunately for them. And Skellies did Skelly things. Commentary on the Elon Musk BBC interview. What are you talking about? I don't pay attention to Dr. Musk. Not anymore, not since he burned us. Sorry, I'm reading more messages about the bot stuff. Okay, sorry. I got distracted reading some things. It's late at night, so honestly I'm tired and easily distracted by chat. I'm sorry about that. It was a big black phallus joke, I see. Congrats on the 5k subs. Yeah, I think we've only had one stream since we have 5k. But come with me for a second while these guys pick their things. Come with me, dear children. If you go on my subscribers, got 664 in the last 28 days. We were getting about 4, 9, 0, 3, 10. Boom! 161. 78, 10. Boom! 150, 88, 48. So yeah, we were in a very long doldrums there. What was subscription status? Daily, yearly. Oh, that's weird. Let's do monthly then. I mean, that just goes up. Okay. Jesus, YouTube, you're not making this easy. Whatever. You get the point. We got a lot of subs all of a sudden. Halberds are a sleeper unit on the Empire roster. Those guys are great. Good. Alright. Chaz has switched to ogres and he started building a build, which means he probably knows what his opponent is, otherwise he wouldn't start building a build. Rue just hasn't switched yet. This is the last game of the night. You can see the spikes when he takes his Anyway. This is the last game of the night. It's getting pretty late. Get sleepy. Thanks for anybody who stuck around. If you're watching the VOD of this, or if you're here right now and you aren't subbed, do that. Do that. We gotta keep the momentum going. We gotta grow. Where's Rubber Duck of War subs at? Because he hasn't posted a video in like 55 years. Yeah, his last video was 2 months ago and he's at 11.5k subs. We gotta at least pass the channel that isn't even here. Come on, guys. Hobbiters are decently prickly against such a broad rate of enemies. They hold really well. Yeah, and just armor piercing in general and infantry, even if it's not the right infantry, like, sorry, not anti-large stuff, is still pretty good. I forgot to switch to the last map. I'm sorry, everybody who's been waiting on me. Peak Pass. Ogre Kingdoms versus Warriors of Chaos. Who's fucking ready for some football, lads? Walk or Ogres? Lamb Sauce King or Rue? Onyx or Chaz C2? CT2. Place your bets, because this shit's about to end. And actually, a tournament with a lot of 3-game series. Because our first series was 3. Then we had a 2-0. Then we had a 3 semifinal. And now we're having a 3 final. Yeah. It's a lot of 3-game series. State troop leadership is too high for their price, I think, in my humble opinion. You're wrong! I respectfully disagree, but that's fine. I think their leadership is high, but like their stats are otherwise pretty low. Except Spearman melee defense is pretty good, but like, I don't know. We'll see. There's a million things about Empire I would change before state troops. Like war wagons being able to be hit in melee combat. The new Luminarch of Hysh might be fucking overpowered if what I hear is true. Chaos better get this W. KDW, you're still awake? How you doing, my man? I guess it would be pretty gratifying to lose to the person in a super close series that ends up winning the whole thing, right? I don't know, Spearman melee defense is otherworldly. I would rather lower Spearman melee defense than lower their leadership, though, I guess is my point. Yeah. Alright. Ogres going all in on blowing the brains out of Chaos before they get into combat with them. And Chaos running at them with horses and Be'lakor. There's a kitty in my chair, but I don't want to stand anymore. This is a dilemma. Mean wagons probably get nerfed like bells. Bear sleds did? Maybe. I hope war wagons are just easier to hit in melee rather than nerfing their range damage. That's for me the most frustrating part, is like, I caught them and then nothing happens, but I hope they don't have super low DPS because then they're just a worthless unit. KDW, you had a good series. I don't know if you were listening to the commentary or if you muted the stream or something, but I really liked your Cav play. I liked your Bretonnian game a lot. I know it's the one you won, so it's like, wow, you liked the game where I won? Really cool analysis there, bud. But I meant, if you listened to the game, I was talking about a lot of stuff in there that was really, really good that you did. So that was nice. The Wood Elf game, I think your build needed work, and I honestly don't remember game 1, so that one's beyond me. But your game 2 was solid. Really solid. A lot of good flank charges with Knights Errant on those squigs and getting them to rout off. Like the amount of stuff you routed off that was above half HP, and then you chased it down and killed it while it wasn't fighting back. Like that's really, really good. Because it's hard to learn that stuff. So if you start off with having that stuff, it's easier to improve other things, in my opinion, than learning that muscle memory of a really good micro tactic. So, yeah, it's good shit. For the Ogres, 4 Lead Belchers, 5 Nobbler Trappers, 3 Saber Tuskbags, Slaughtermaster the Great Maul with just Troll Guts, and a very, very annoying Slaughtermaster who won't shut up, thank you, and Double Iron Blaster. On the side of Chaos, we have 3 Marauder Horsemen, all with throwing axes. Then we have a Chosen of Khorne with blue weapons, the Severed Claw Aspiring Champion ROR with their halberds. We have Chaos Warrior halberds, Marauders of Tzeentch with spears, basic Marauders across the front line, Marauders of Tzeentch with spears, and more Chaos Warriors with halberds, and of course, Be'lakor with his 40% damage resistance, minus 40 melee attack, minus 24 more melee attack with Enfeebling Foe, and Pit of Shades just in case. But I think that Enfeebling Foe and Darkmaster are for like Crushers, which aren't here, but you don't know that before you load into the game. Yeah, Nico Boy Blue and Umbrella talked about it. I would rather Spearmen have less melee defense than have lower leadership, personally. Lead Belchers and Iron Blasters are trying to punish Be'lakor, though this could be actually concerning, because what you just saw is kind of a thing with those types of units. Like, they have a hard time hitting single entities, and if they're all of your DPS versus single entities, Be'lakor could be wild. Marauder Horsemen throwing axes do charge into Lead Belchers, get some decent damage down, but now the return fire is just too great, and they are going to get pushed off. An ambitious Pit of Shades from Naru. It is going to hold a couple models in place if that's what he wanted, but it's not going to do a lot of damage, so if you really want to just dive down there, you could. Anyway, about even trade there on damage. You can see that even the damage values overall together. And I do wonder if Be'lakor just commits and dives onto a Lead Belcher, if that's the right play or not. We'll see. Because these infantry aren't going to be able to catch the Ogres. That's the point. Lead Belchers have 42 speed. Iron Blasters have 66. So if they can properly kite, they'll be fine. But that's difficult to do at this level of play. You can see some like mistakes coming in. His Marauder Spears catch these Lead Belchers, and they're going to fall back now, but still, it's a little whoopsie. Lead Belchers get charged by Marauders, and they get pushed off. We'll see how well the Kite can come in from the Ogres. It's tough. Kite is, in my opinion, the hardest game style to play, which is why you don't see a lot of it in new player tournaments. And it's bold to pull it out in Game 3 of the finals from Chaz. Leadership is where they suffer. That's why I was saying it shouldn't be any lower. Alright. Lead Belchers get dove on by Be'lakor. He's got them really close to terror routing. That shot might do it. Yeah, there they go. Terror up. And Spearmen have now surrounded the Slaughtermaster, who just got minus 40 melee attack, giving him 0. Be'lakor throws out another Pit of Shades, just trying to kill some Noblars. And I think, did he bring the thing that gives him kills? No. Okay. I was going to say maybe he's just trying to charge up his kills passive, where he gets more melee attack, melee defense. Marauders getting kited around by an Iron Blaster and the Lead Belchers. Good damage on them. But Be'lakor might be able to solo carry this game just because nothing the Ogres brought with them really does a lot of damage to him. I am very concerned. Lead Belcher gets a nice shot on his Marauder Spears and frees up his Lord in the same go. Sabertooth Packs are killing some Marauders. But Be'lakor's chasing around Lead Belchers, and that's okay. As far as the Lead Belchers go, 2 of them are at half HP, 1 is full HP. Where's the 4th? Where's the 4th Lead Belcher? Oh, there it is. It's in the back. It's full HP. Okay. So those are fine. Iron Blaster, full HP. Full HP. Be'lakor is dismembered, and he now has Noblar Trappers and Iron Blasters shooting at him at very, very close range, trying to poke him down. Doesn't look like it's working too well. Oh, that was a big shot. Ow, that was a very big shot. But these routing Sabertooth Packs nearby are giving him, some friendly fire. Anyway, routing Sabertooth Packs are giving him some healing to keep him topped off. But those Iron Blasters did just kind of roast and toast those Lead Belchers. Be'lakor takes another shot. They are poking him down steadily. And still, the onslaught of the Chaos Tide is just trying to find a fight, just trying to find someone who will actually sit in battle with them. Be'lakor healing up for being next to some of the leadership, but he's still getting poked down by Noblars and Iron Blasters poking at him. Chaos does have a Chaos Warrior with a Halberd fucking off for a while. We have Marauder Horsemen throwing at Sabertooth Packs in the woods, but they're unfortunately needed elsewhere is the big problem. Be'lakor does get to duel the Slaughtermaster. He might want to turn around and just take it. I suppose he doesn't really want to deal with 2 Noblar Trappers shooting him, but if he can snipe out the Slaughtermaster and there's no healing for the Iron Blasters, and the whole army gets big leadership buff, huge Pit of Shades, going to catch 2 Noblars. Can't quite get away from that. I don't know if it's overcast or not. That looks undercast, so it's still going to do good damage, but it's not going to be, like, insane. And the Marauders and Severed Claw and stuff are actually catching up to the Lead Belchers. That's quite huge. Balance Power is about dead even, I would tend to agree. Even though the Ogres are up on damage value, like, I don't know. A lot of their key stuff has taken damage. Be'lakor is still trying to heal up. Admittedly, his healing's been slowed a little bit, but he still has the potential. There's a lot of chaff left for Chaos to throw. These Marauder Horsemen do need to come up, because then they can kind of chase off some of the stuff that Be'lakor softens up. And that would be a nice tag team combo, like this Lead Belcher that Be'lakor forced away from friendlies. Instead of him going after it, you could just throw Marauder Horsemen at it, and they'll take care of it, and he can go do other stuff. Now, if he's forced to chase it, that's more time for the Iron Blasters to just pop him in the butt. Oof, the 60% slow. Goddamn. Yeah, these units being forgotten is pretty brutal for the Chaos Warriors. We'll see if it's gonna lose in the game. If they can kite, walks, and directly into spears, yeah. Well, Desire Drive, I know you're just memeing, but I will defend the players, even against memes. You know, it is a new player tournament. Mistakes are made. But I know you're just... Yeah, just joking. Be'lakor routes the Lead Belchers yet again. You can see the bounce power tips a little bit in the favor of the Ogres, but... Be'lakor can kind of solo carry things like this. Kind of. No, he's very damaged at this point, but he's walking around. He's relatively safe off in the distance like this. And he is healing up off these lead belchers while he finishes them off. The biggest thing for Rue is he really needs to get all of his forces moving at the same time. But, ooh, didn't notice this happening. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw ends up in the Chosen of Khorne with 2 weapons. It takes a ton of damage before opting out. As an Iron Blaster... Alright, the closer Iron Blaster... Oh, both are now shooting at Be'lakor. I was going to say, one of these could probably be shooting at Chosen of Khorne. The Aspiring Champions of Tzeentch chasing around, more lead belchers getting shot in the side by those other ones. The Chosen of Khorne trying to catch that Slaughtermaster, but I'm worried the Ogres are running out of bodies. Here we go. The Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are rejoining the fight now, charging down some lead belchers who are already super low. They take a little bit of damage on the way in, but they'll be fine. And they can probably rout those lead belchers. Now, if the Saber-Toothed packs rout them, that'll be a bit of a problem. -4. Wow, they are going to rout. Nope, they hung on. Okay. They couldn't quite finish off those lead belchers. I thought they would. Where are we at? Be'lakor got a good amount of healing done. Chase those lead belchers off the map. For the Ogres, 4 shots on an Iron Blaster, 7 on another, and a huge volley onto the Chosen of Khorne dual weapons. Good God. I think it was a mix of the lead belchers and an Iron Blaster right behind them, but they took a lot of damage. Jeez. Anyway. Be'lakor is here. Be'lakor is angry. Another Dismember, and now both the Iron Blasters are going to turn towards the poor slowed boy. Can they get good shots on him? 400 health. Complete miss. Oof. And a Pit of Shades tries to pick off the last of those Noblar Trappers. Just route them once more to keep their fire where it belongs. In the gutter. Iron Blasters. Be'lakor is no longer slowed. They are turning, but he is at relatively close range. They still could hit him. That one takes 300 health off. That one takes another 300. So he's not loving it. He does pop the Shadow Shroud to keep himself safe, and it looks like he's making a beeline straight for the Slaughtermaster, who is just Control Guts himself. Be'lakor might want to go up on the hill and hit those lead belchers and just do what he did previously, right? Where he can route them and then just follow them around for some healing while the Iron Blasters take inoptimal shots at long ranges. This one only has 2 shots left. This one has 4. If they shoot at him from super long ranges, he can actually survive it. And after they're, after they're out of shots, like, he might just be unkillable at that point. Iron Blasters are continuing on. Get a little poke on him. Another miss. Down to 1 shot on one. The other one, ooh, and it's surrounded. It gets a rear charge from the Severed Claw. That's going to be a lot of damage on this thing. 21 melee defense against 40 melee attack plus bonus push charge and a rear charge. It's not a good time for him. And 1 lead belcher, Iron Blaster, sorry, is out of ammo while Be'lakor just continues to fire this lead belcher around. Chosen of Khorne found the Slaughtermaster yet again. Dark Master slowing him down. Be'lakor, ooh, nasty shot though. That Iron Blaster volley hit him with at least 2 of its things. He's down to 1500. He's not enjoying that whatsoever. Another Pit of Shades just trying to push off some more Noblars as lead belchers even try to weigh in on Be'lakor. They're just trying to get any damage out they can right now. Really poke him down, get him that demonic instability crumbling. Meanwhile, the Severed Claw fight the Slaughtermaster, doing a lot of damage to him. His healing cap is super close. He's just getting poked down. Balance of power is in the Chaos favor, but I am very concerned. Oh, that changes how I feel about things. A full health Chaos Warriors with Halberds. It was the one that was forgotten way up here super early in the fight. They finally showed up. And a full health Elite Halberd unit in the late game is going to change things a little bit. Lead Belchers are teeing off into them now. The Iron Blaster is as well. They are having none of it. But I mean, you have the Severed Claw to get through. You have the Halberds to get through. Be'lakor's still alive. I'm starting to agree with the balance of power. I'm thinking Chaos is just going to hang in there. I am biased because I got smoked by a build like this last night. Desire Drive? Fair enough. Ooh, unfortunately the line formation is going to take make the Chaos Warriors take a lot of damage from the Lead Belchers with the last of their volleys. They only have one full volley left. Iron Blaster has 2 shots. It could shoot at Bellicor right now. I kind of hope it does so. I don't know where it's aiming just yet, but if he's to shoot Bellicor as he's coming in, please kill him. No, Iron Blaster, go, go, go. It turns. It aims. Does it fire at point blank range? It does not yet, but it could turn right now. It could fire at him. And it misses every single shot. It misses every single shot versus Bellicor in a shot it absolutely needed to hit. It's trying to reload, trying to fire again. He has 40% damage resistance right now, but can it get a nice meaty shot anyway? The Severed Claw are trying to peel him off. This is it, Iron Blaster. This is your chance to win the whole game. Can you get anything done? It turns. It turns the wrong way. It doesn't fire. It's trying. It's trying so hard. Shadow Shroud wore off. Big shot! Takes him 600 HP off. He's down to 500 and a rear charge from it. If his leadership goes low, he's going to start demonic instability crumbling. And he will... Yes, he is crumbling. His healing won't matter. The Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is also getting very low. The Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is also routing. He does not shatter. And his rout takes him to safety. Meanwhile, Bellicor has died. Warriors of Chaos are going to lose a lot of leadership for that. They can no longer cast spells. They can no longer regen from routing units. But they're all out of ammo. Wait, no, the Lead Belchers have a little bit. The Lead Belchers have a little bit. The Butcher is... Slaughtermaster's retreating. I doubt he has another Troll Guts or anything like that, but... Maybe he can rally in the distance? I mean, negative 34 is a lot to deal with. Lead Belchers fire their last couple shots, and they are out of ammo. There's Chosen of Khorne. There's the Severed Claw, and there's Chaos Warriors with Halberds. I don't know if 2 melee Iron Blasters could do it, guys. Nice rear charge in from that. Doesn't do too much damage on the charge with the Chosen of Khorne because they have super high armor, and yeah, that's a weird ass chariot. Nalbo Trappers trying to run away from the Marauders of Spears. Lead Belchers are fighting alongside the Iron Blaster to try and finish off this Chosen of Khorne. Nalbo Trappers getting to safety. Gonna throw at the Chaos Warriors with Halberds now. Have they used their Trixie Trap thing? Yeah, they already have, so they don't get that free ability. Marauder Spears chased off. Chosen Khorne chased off. I do wonder, it would be very bad for us as viewers, but I do wonder if chasing the Marauders of Tzeentch with this chariot would be wise, because then you could get a bunch of kills on them while they're routing, and you could get more Ogre Army passives. Uses a Dismember, so he's not saving it up for like a Butcher or anything, so I was thinking maybe you could save it up for like a big tier 3 or something. This Iron Blaster is going to get completely wrecked by all those Halberds, and I have to think that the same fate awaits this Iron Blaster. Yeah, this Iron Blaster is also going to get chewed up like nobody's business through these Halberds. He paths all the way through. I guess he's okay there. I don't see it, though. Severed Claw still have 3,000 HP. They're going to be fine. Look to the east, the first light of day when the Halberds arrive. Yee. A rear charge from the Lead Belchers will probably rout off the Halberds, but that is about it, and not even that, as the army losses does take hold. Chaos will win, and Onyx will be victorious. That was a good game to end on. That was a good game to end on. Iron Blasters, almost 1,000 value on that one. 1,600 on the other. Lead Belchers, 3,100 on one of them. All of the others disappointed. That's funny. 3,100. Saber-Tusk Packs just had to kind of be sacrificed to the Dark Gods, but even then, they still paid for themselves pretty well. Nalbo Trappers did fine. Bellicor himself, 2,600. Aspiring Champion ROR, 2,200. Chosen of Khorne, 1,000, which is actually surprising versus a faction like this. Marauder Horse with Throwing Axes got murdered. And yeah, Marauders mixed value, but overall fine. It was a good game. It was a very good game by both players. I hope they had fun. Onyx is in the tricky position because he joined a tournament. This is the first tournament I've had with him. He joins it. He wins it, which means he gets the Bone Ripper roll. Which means now he can't participate in any more new player tournaments. And, like, I don't know. It's just funny. Like, alright, have fun with your first tournament. And no more for you. But, yeah. It was a good one. He can still play. Now, if you are wondering about that, where you're like, that seems kind of fucked up, come with me. So I'm leaving that game. But, I mean, Onyx still has access to the best of one practice bit, where you can just play this bot and match up with people and get some best of one games in without it counting towards the Vermin League. He can still just go into the Hell Pit chat and talk to other new players and see if anybody wants to play some games. It's just you can't sign up for any more of the Hell Pit tournaments for new players and stuff, giving everybody chances to win and stuff. But yeah, so if you're out there, Onyx, and you are despairing, if you don't feel like going to the best of 3 ranked bot anytime soon, you can still hang out here, get some games, do some stuff. All right. And if you're out there and you want to play some new games and meet up with players like this, where, as you saw stream, we got to see some new factions. It's not all Dark Elves, it's not all High Elves. We saw some mistakes. You don't have to be a perfect player to join. Feel free to hop into our Discord server. It's in the description of this stream and every video I have. We can give you the role to make, identify you as a new player. You can find other new players who are trying to learn land battles as well. And it's a good time. We have a ton of great people hanging around. Okay, that's it.